Celebration. Who want to do the celebration?
Yeah.
Me? Yeah! No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this. Yeah! All right. Come on, man.
All right. Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries.
Yeah.
We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. Seventh time. All right? Don't take that for granted. On 7. Everybody pop these motherfuckers. 1, 2, 3.
That was pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. That was Justin Verlander's post-game speech. Dusty ceding the mic to Justin Verlander. Dusty was the one saying, obviously, I'll wait and do it after we win the World Series. I love the bravado. I love that they're in the ALCS for a 7th straight time. This is a great day. Great day to be a Houstonian as we welcome you in on a Thursday, a victorious Thursday here on Sports Radio 610. Astros 3, Twins 2 in the series to 1, and they are on to the ALCS against the Texas Rangers. Welcome in, everybody. I am Sean Pendergast alongside Seth C. Payne. Good morning, Seth. How are you?
Good morning. That was I like how he substituted the number 2 for the F word in that one too. That was at least the way we had to bleep it out. It sounds like he didn't even say 2.
That's right.
I think that another part of that speech that Verlander had said was that this team is so based on analytics, and yet they have this culture that stays the same no matter what. It really it's what a lot of us have noticed going back a long time here. This analytically based system provided some of the most lovable possible teams imaginable back in 2015 through 2017 and 19, especially. I mean, the 2017 team especially. But there's something to be said for the fact that because of their approach, the Astros kind of whittle away a lot of the BS and a lot of the bling or flash or athleticism, just like the things that might distract scouts or managers. The Astros kind of try to ignore all that and just boil it down to, can this guy play baseball? And when you find those kinds of guys, I do think they tend to be a little bit more selfless or a little bit less egotistical, and you end up with a composition of a team that can withstand adversity like it's really no big deal. And that's what this team has done over and over and over again. This might have been this in the COVID year so far, of the 7 straight years that the team has gone to the ALCS, 2017 was special because it was the first. But the COVID year and this year seemed to be the ones where it was just fraught with the most drama, where at the most times it felt like, oh boy, how could they possibly do it like this? And what are they thinking? And ultimately they pull it out. It's really incredible.
Yeah, I think if I'm an Astros fan, the most encouraging thing, once we get out of our champagne celebration and we go, okay, we got an ALCS to play here, I think the most encouraging thing to me, Seth, is that other than Framber looking shaky in Game 2, this looked like an Astros playoff series win from the last couple years. Like Christian Javier looked like he got his stuff straightened out. Jose Urquidy was really good last night. The bullpen was incredible last night. The bullpen came in and got 10 outs, and 8 of them were strikeouts. So that's – and Jose Abreu is hitting. Like, it's not just that they won this ALDS and they're on to their 7th straight American League Championship Series. It's that they seem to figure some things out in this series, that you can take forward. Like that the staples in this series were Jose Abreu getting big hits on the road, Christian Javier giving you 5 shutout innings, Jose Urquidy giving you a throwback playoff Urquidy performance, and now that's 2 straight good performances for him, and that the bullpen looks like it's on point again. The bullpen had 1 bad inning. It was Hector Neris in a game that they won back in Game 1. Those are the things that carried you in. And by the way, Yordan Alvarez hit 4 home runs in the series as well. Let's not ignore that. But that all these things, that, quite honestly, were things that we were talking about throughout the second half of this and as reasons why they might not get back to the ALCS, that they were the reasons you got to the ALCS. To me, it says there's still room for this team. Like, they're still, like, they haven't hit their playoff ceiling yet.
This, and it might be, I don't know. I think all it would take is a World Series victory. Just that little thing, one little thing. And I feel like all of a sudden, I look forward to next season and be like, well, Dusty's going to do what Dusty's going to do. Hey, hey, Sean, what do You got a problem? You got a problem with his methods? You got a problem with his? Look, I don't know what to tell you. I do think, as far as the culture goes, there's as the Twins fan base was just so riled up there at the end. It was when Urquidy ambushed the one batter with like 2 seconds left on the play clock on the pitch clock.
Yeah.
Because up there they've been counting down the pitch clock with those guys. Urquidy ambushing the batter and getting up and starting his motion as the pitch clock expired. That's where I just felt like these guys hear this crowd. And it's juice to them, to the Astros.
Yeah.
Like any other visiting team that hadn't been in this experience 6 previous times might pee their pants a little bit over the environment or over just the moment, whether the fans are loud or not. It's a high intensity moment. And what you get with a team like the Astros, which is what you've had with, I think, like the Patriots at various times in the past, even the young guys who haven't been in the playoffs or have minimal experience, the cues they're getting from the older guys around them is one of excitement. Instead of nerves, you're getting one of like, oh, we've got our prey right where we want them.
Yep.
And this is no big deal. And that part's really cool. I like it because as a fan, going back to 2017, I have zero issues with an opponent's closer coming in and mowing down Astros because I'm so confident, irrationally so, that they're going to win the game. Like, when you get to the 8th inning, I'm like, yes, strike everybody out. I don't care. Astros, Twins, I don't care. Strike everybody out. I want this to be over now.
Is that
on the sports side? When you're doing wind sprints, sometimes it's like that. Like you're like, oh, this is just so miserable. But if the coach gives you the option of like, okay, you're doing 10 wind sprints, but you can just do the 9th and the 10th back to back. You're like, yeah, let me do them. I don't want to stand there heaving for 45 minutes, resting before the last one. Let's just gut it out and do it.
I like it.
That's what last night was like.
Yeah, for sure. Early text message. And by the way, you can, if you're listening, you can stream us on YouTube and Twitch now. I don't know that everybody knows that. We started that in on Monday, so you can watch the show if you're somewhere where you feel like watching us do the show on YouTube and Twitch. Just search Sports Radio 610. It'll pop up, I promise. Text message. Don't forget about Abreu. You know what, Ben? I'm going to acknowledge Abreu. That's how good he's been these last 2 games, and especially because I was
acknowledge me.
Because I was as hard on Jose Abreu as anybody. Of course, I tweeted last night that I was saying, like I told you guys, I preached patience with. I told all of you, just be patient with Jose Abreu. He was going to be just fine. Most of you got the joke. Jose Abreu was the difference in these 2 games in Minnesota. There's no question. His home run to give them a 4-0 lead. I think if we look back at these 2 games in totality in Minnesota, like that Minnesota had the wind taken out of their sails with their ace on the mound in the first inning of Game 3, the first inning of playoff baseball in Minnesota, and God knows how long, because I think the last time they made the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, was in the COVID year. So the first inning of playoff baseball in forever in Minnesota. They're just coming off of their first series win in God knows how long, and they don't even get to they haven't even batted yet, and they're down 4-0, and that's Jose Abreu. I acknowledge Jose Abreu this morning.
Abreu is one of those things where, if you're Rocco there looking at the matchup and thinking about, okay, what should we expect to go our way? Who are our big challenge? Yeah. How are we going to approach? And another thing too, and I'm glad that Rocco made this point in the press conference. People are like, why are you pitching to Jordan? Why on earth are you pitching to Jordan? Well, for one, there is a guy named Kyle Tucker right behind him.
Okay, you. Yes.
Because Kyle Tucker looms right behind. So yes, let's put somebody who can score on first base and then have Kyle Tucker come up. And they're reading the back of the baseball card. Raga, they're not looking at Kyle Tucker's recent struggles or anything. They're thinking, we got Kyle Tucker right behind him. And now we've also got Abreu, who looks like vintage Abreu behind those 2. So excuse us if we're going to pitch to Jordan. And that's the one part of the strategy that actually worked out last night.
Oh, yeah.
They pitched to Jordan, and it worked out.
He looked awful. Like they just pitched to him like he looked drunk. He's
I know if they're gonna
swinging at 50-footers.
Listen. We're gonna give you this is one thing we'll give you. Will you take this? And if you told the Twins, we're going to give you Yordan just looking completely lost at the plate, like he can't hit a breaking ball or anything, he's going to swing at stuff in the dirt, then do you feel like you've got a pretty good shot? Oh, yeah, hell yeah, we'll take that.
Yep.
Not so fast, my friends.
That's right. Man, the pitching stepping up in these last two games was just awesome. This was so good to see.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. I think Javier and Urquidy having that, just being on this team, having that experience and expecting the adrenaline to take over.
Yeah.
And Urquidy got right at the very end of the regular season, just in time under emergency circumstances.
Yeah.
So, that you can't say enough about all those guys. It's really cool. This will be one of my favorite ALCSs. In terms of, I guess this will be one of my favorite ALDSs, but the drama and the angst that you went through to get to this spot was something that, frankly, we'd gotten a little bit spoiled, Sean. We'd gotten a little bit spoiled. We hadn't had this level of drama and angst.
They were underdogs in Game 3 in this series. The doubt. To me, it's the doubt. Like the doubt that everybody had in this team, and that they did it. And there was nothing fluky about it. They did it the same way they did it the entire last couple postseasons, other than the Braves in 2021. So, great day, man. It's a great day to be alive and be an Astros fan. Seth brought up Rocco Baldelli a few times, opening segment here. I think and we brought up culture, I think if we're trying to illustrate the difference between the Twins culture and the Astros culture, I have one word for you.
Yeah.
Shadows. And we'll talk about that next. You'll hear from Rocco Baldelli next. Men's Tea Clinic.
Head to Kansas City to take on Patrick Mahomes and the defending champion Chiefs. Not a Prime member? Sign up for a 30-day free trial to stream the game. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern with TNF Tonight, presented by Verizon. It's the Broncos and the Chiefs tonight on Thursday Night Football, and it's on Prime. Restrictions apply. See Amazon.com/Amazon Prime for details.
I'm Dr. Laura Murillo, President and CEO of the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
And I'm Sarah Frazier, Senior Vice President of Odyssey. This year we have the 2023 mayoral election to determine the next mayor of Houston.
And we had the opportunity to find out why each of them think they should be your next mayor.
You can listen on demand now, an Odyssey original, Houston Decides. You can download that on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Lopez here for D&M Auto Leasing, and it's an age-old question. Should you lease or should you purchase your next vehicle? The answer is a lot simpler than you think. Lease, and lease with D&M Auto Leasing. The good people at D&M Leasing want you to know that signing a long-term finance contract to get a low car payment at a time when manufacturers are producing more is now. Price of the vehicles and introducing rebates could leave you owe much more on your car than it's worth when it's time to trade in. The D&M Easy Lease offers much more payments and has guarantees at the end. And it really is easy. It's more than just a catchy term. That means no negative equity when the lease ends. Have you ever seen a Texas title? Save money with the easiest car experience you've ever had. The people at D&M Leasing want you to know that they have provided excellent customer service to their clients for 47 years while forging lifelong relationships. We got our latest vehicle through D&M and could not be happier. All you got to do is call 713-290-1000. That's 713-290-1000 or dmautoleasing.com.
Are you tired of slow, unreliable internet? It's time to make a change and experience the future of connectivity with Takis Fiber Internet. At Takis, we've invested in building the most reliable network around, one that's 100% fiber optic to your home. What does that mean for you? It means you can say goodbye to buffering, lag, and downtime. Rain or shine, day or night, count on Takis for unwavering connection. Learn more about Takis Fiber Internet today and experience the future of connectivity. Visit our website at takis.com/radio to get started. That's TACHUS.com/radio.
When it's time to buy a John Deere tractor, our customers at Shoppers expect the best. Matthew uses a John Deere 5055E tractor on his cattle ranch in Central Texas.
You know, in Texas, the goal is to make sure that your property stays in your family for generations to come. And we find the best way to do that is buying our John Deere tractors through Shoppers Farm Supply. They treat their customers like family. The relationship is why I deal with Shoppers.
We invite you to come experience the Shoppers difference. Shoppers, tractors for your piece of Texas.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asians, they to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today.
64 degrees, headed up to 84 this afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and a close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 98, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Hey, Houston summers are always difficult. This one's been particularly difficult, especially for your trees. Your trees might be in distress. They could be dry and brittle due to this drought. If they're turning brown from the lack of water, if the branches are drooping and dropping, call Louis Flory. Louis Flory is Houston's tree care expert. Louis Flory and Ability Trees will come out to your place. They'll spot problems that the average person might easily miss. They'll see trees that could be in distress, and because of that are more vulnerable to insects and diseases. You want to stop all of that right now and get your trees back on track with Louis Flory and Ability Tree experts. Give them a call today at 281-441-4179 and have Ability Trees and Louis Flory evaluate your trees during this brutal summer and develop a complete tree care program. Check them out online at abilitytrees.com. It's Ability Trees, Houston's leading tree care professionals.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This, if you're looking for an illustration of the difference between winning culture and excuse-making culture, and maybe the Twins will learn some things from this experience of getting knocked out by the Astros. Right, Seth?
I hope so. That would make a nice story. Really, I hope they go on to... Usually I don't think about the prey I've eaten. It just goes in my belly, and I digest it, and later on poop it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe they'll learn. Man, good for them. Yeah.
I sit here.
Minnesota's ballpark. It's the same thing that drives me insane when I hear a football coach explain how their team is having trouble tackling because of the practice rules. Whereas meanwhile, like, there are other teams that are tackling just fine using the same practice rule. Like, how on earth are you sitting here complaining about the tools you're working with when the other team has the exact same tools?
Or when coaches would be like, the COVID rules are really they're really impacting the way we go about things.
Like, all right, well, other teams are using the same COVID rules and feeding you.
Thought this pandemic was global, but okay. So that Baldelli, Bregman. Here's Bregman specifically being asked about, like, Baldelli sounded like he was volunteering that as an excuse to me. Bregman, he's being asked about the shadows, and here was his answer.
As best you can you explain the issues that the shadows cause here and the blown out backdrop when the sun splashed?
No excuses. You got to go out and execute. Shadows, but you got to execute. It's the playoffs. Nobody feels bad. You need the job done.
Yeah, honestly, I like Baldelli, but there were shades of Aaron Boone there.
Yeah.
Where nobody wants to hear about the thing that the other team, like Aaron Boone last year, complaining about the roof being closed or open. I can't even remember what the deal was, and how maybe that's how Aaron Judge's home run ball would have gone out. Like, he's saying that on a team. As he's playing a team that has two power-hitting lefties. Like,
right.
It would be hurt by the same conditions.
So
it's just astoundingly unbelievable, the excuse-making that goes on.
Yeah.
And you can't accept that. You can never, ever, ever, ever accept that. Oh, and the other thing, too, in the postgame, Brandy reminded me, and another listener reminded me, I misphrased what Bregman had said in the postgame after Game 3 on FS1. Basically, his explanation was... Somebody had asked him, how are you guys sitting and waiting on the breaking balls? And he was like, we couldn't see the fastballs. So we're just, that's his. Does he make an excuse? No. You can't see the fastballs, so you just sit and wait for the balls you can hit. Just brilliant. Instead of excuse making, you just go to work.
You adjust your strategy.
This is like a whole time, Sean, like if you're a dairy farmer. You know how many dairy farmers we have who listen. But, like, if you're a dairy farmer, you got a broken hand. Like, okay, this sucks, but the cows got to get milked. I'm going to figure out a way to milk the cows. Yeah. You don't whine and complain about it.
Boy, the poor people counting on milk if I'm ever a dairy farmer. Where is the milk? I don't know.
Sean,
this guy bought up all the dairy farms and he sucks at it.
First day of dairy farming, Sean shoots all the roosters.
I would be the worst. I would be the worst.
You do this job, you're up in Adam at like 4:30.
Oh, no, I'd get up. I'd be fine. But then I'd look around and be like, what the hell am I doing here? What is going on?
You'd probably, like in many professions, you'd end up being awesome. Because the person who actually shirks the manual duty ends up, as long as they've got organizational abilities, and you'd end up being the kingpin. Okay, the kingpin of dairy farmers.
If any of our coworkers are up listening to us this early, they're all nodding their heads because when we do those charity things, like when we go like rebuild a house, or like repaint a house or whatever, I incredibly, after like 5 minutes there, morph into a supervisor.
yeah, you're they like and with nothing to supervise. Usually you entertain people.
I do. I mean,
people sit around and ask you about their fantasy football team.
Right. I'm keeping the mood upbeat. Absolutely. We had a few people in the chat asking us. We haven't brought it up yet. Did the hex work yesterday? we hexed Joe Ryan, the hesitate to say starter. He was the opener. He only pitched 2 innings.
Yeah.
Michael Brantley, I think Michael Brantley might have saved the hex yesterday. I think Brantley's home run, which tied the game, that was the only hit, I think, off of Joe Ryan, but it was a home run. That's a 4.5 ERA. That, to me, is a win for the hex.
I'm going to say that the hex worked and was most effective in a very understated way, which was that I don't think they made the final decision to only go one time through the rotation with Joe Ryan until after they learned of the hex. I think that was they had talked about it the day before, how it might be kind of a bullpen day, but I think it was going to be maybe a truncated Joe Ryan day.
Right.
After they found out about the hex, they decided, all right, nope, that's it. Max, he's going one time through the rotation, but we're not going to let Altuve or anybody else go further than that.
They were playing wait and see, and now they knew our chess move, so they had to do their chess move back. I like that theory better than mine, which is 4.5 ERA. That's kind of bad. Okay,
the problem is he was rocking about a 4.5 ERA since his groin injury anyway.
Oh, yeah, okay. I hadn't thought about that. Good for
I had a lot of second thoughts about that one yesterday, and luckily we didn't blow it. But I did as I was seeing Rocco Baldinelli furiously manage the phones. I really did like our listener who recommended that we put a hex on the manager, because that would have been when they bring their closer out for 2 straight innings, that's where I was hoping for it really to blow up in their faces.
He was good.
He mowed everybody down.
He was really good. He was really good. And when Royce Lewis hit the home run in the first inning, I'm like, his name was one of the ones that made the final 3 or 4 on the list.
Yeah.
To give the old hexaroo to. So yeah.
To be fair, credit where credit is due. Sometimes the baseball players themselves have to go out and get it done.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they did yesterday.
They did. Good job, Astros.
We're like, if we're only batting 750 or so on the hex, then that's no great tragedy.
Right.
Every now and then these Astros players can do it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even think it was a miss. I think it's more like a walk. Just as it's like a plate appearance, it doesn't count.
Sacrifice fly.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, just to put into perspective what the Astros have accomplished here by making their 7th straight ALCS. This is from Greg Rajan of the Houston Chronicle. Greg is a must-follow during times like this of the sports calendar because he tweets out some great little factoids. This is across the 4 major sports: baseball, football, basketball, hockey. Teams to make the semifinal round of the playoffs in 7 straight seasons during the modern era. The Los Angeles Lakers back in the 80s, so the Showtime Lakers, made the conference finals from 1982 to 1989. That's Magic and Kareem. They ended up winning 4 championships. The Atlanta Braves, okay, they're the only other baseball team, but let's do a little on this one here. They went to 7 straight, 1991 to 1993. Then there were no playoffs in 94 because of the strike. Then they went for the next 5 years after that, from 95 to 99. I had a listener point this out to me on Twitter last night, and it was probably pointed out by several people. In 94, are we giving the Braves a pass because when that season ended, they were 6 games behind the Montreal Expos? Like they were not. They
wouldn't have there was no playoff format, and yet So they're 6 games behind the Montreal Expos, who. Okay.
Yeah, in their division. We're giving them a pass for not making the LCS because there was no LCS that year. I give them a pass. I'm just saying, if we're going to put an asterisk on it, that might not have been a great Braves team that year. That might not have been a Braves team that made the LCS that year.
And that wasn't the second place. Second in the division wasn't also second in the league or anything.
No, yeah, I don't know if they would have been the wild card or not. I have to go back and look at the standings. I'm just throwing some doubt into the Braves' contention that they're as good as the Astros.
I guess if you did, the problem is you're including the COVID year for the Astros too. In the COVID year, I would say you have to allow the Braves into that because the COVID year was kind of when the Astros would not have made the playoffs at all if you were going by standard rules.
Yep, fair point. So the Lakers in the 80s, the Braves in the 90s, the Patriots of the 2010s, they made the AFC title game 2011 through 2018. They won 3 championships. And now the Astros, 2017 through 2023, they've won 2 titles, hopefully on their way to a 3rd. So, Seth, they put themselves, with this being the benchmark, consecutive trips deep into the postseason. they put themselves alongside just really 3 other teams of the modern era across sports. This is. I mean, we are witnessing history here with this team. I'm not even saying like tongue in cheek or being like we are witnessing history with the Houston Astros.
It's really astounding. It's really cool to be a part of. I look forward to the day when basically kids who are growing up in this era of the Astros are insufferable because they know nothing but success. So really, and we're probably there already. A lot of the people, kids who are 21 years old right now, from the age they were 15 or so, give or take, those kids, like, so 20 through 22-year-olds right now, kids that are either full-time working adults or maybe finishing up college or what have you, they've never really known anything except success since they became teenagers.
Yep.
Yeah. So these are the ones that you want to hire for your company because they'll accept nothing less.
Yes.
Kids, you should put that on your resume, especially if you're interviewing for jobs in other cities. A fan of the Astros, so you know nothing but success and you'll expect nothing less.
And managers, put it in your hiring handbook as well. Don't let HR tell you not to do that. Put it in your hiring handbook. This is a key thing. Hiring people that root for perennial winners. Yes.
1994, it looks like the Braves had the second best record in the NL. So
were they gone to 3 divisions at that point?
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, if you're looking at the standings, it'll have 3 divisions there. I don't know what you're looking at right now.
No, it's just that I'm just looking at them. It's got MLB all together with all the leagues mixed up. It's annoying me.
Okay, because if they'd gone to 3 divisions, they would have made it as a wild card that year.
Yeah.
So there's that. So we got a text message here about Brantley's home run. Yeah, Brantley's homer right after the Twins got to celebrate Royce Lewis's dinger put the Twins back in reality mode. I would submit that whole second inning put them in reality mode. Between Brantley's home run at the top of the second, and then Urquidy striking out the side in the bottom of the second. Dude, Urquidy's number of swing and misses that he was nasty last night. Jose Urquidy. He was really good.
He was really, really good, and I think that how many more appearances are we looking at out of – if you're looking at the top 4 right now, Verlander, Framber, Javier, Urquidy, who makes you the most nervous?
Javier still.
Okay.
Maybe Framber, but it's still – maybe Framber. Javier is just even Framber, we've still seen him be able to pull back and be old Framber at times. The best of Javier right now still puts a lot of guys on base.
Javier got screwed in a couple of those innings. Like, Javier got genuinely screwed on at-bats that should have been strikeouts. So some of that traffic was extended on innings that should have been over.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit torn on that. I honestly, in my gut right now, I feel better about Javier because if Framber had the same treatment by the umpire, I think
would have killed
Framber
somebody.
might not have made it through.
Framber would have been the umpire.
Yeah, Javier just steadfastly worked his way through the adversity, that much of which was not his own fault.
No, I know, but that feeds the theory that they're leaving all the crappy umpires at home for the ALCS. They'll only be the good umpires that'll be there for the ALCS.
Well, I mean, it was a stroke of bad luck for Javier on some of those, but it didn't affect him, and he was able to work his way out of the trouble.
You're right. No, he doesn't get as affected as Framber does. That's fair. Those are the 2 that make me the most nervous right now.
Yeah, they had been back in the 3 divisions in '94. Okay. So the Braves were the second best team in the league.
Okay.
But also second in their division. They would have been the wild card.
Okay.
team.
Well, there you go. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Astros, they are in the ALCS for the 7th consecutive time. We'll get to the Texans in headlines. I think we're getting a window into what this weekend could look like from a health standpoint. Who is at practice? That was a big thing yesterday for the Texans. And we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud as we roll on with the show here. We'll get to some headlines next, and a reminder to join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. Back out at the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer. I think that's where they were last week, too. They love the guys so much, they're having them back out there today for a Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings, a cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes on site, and stick around after the show to watch the game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings, Royal Oaks. Headlines, victory, up next. they're doing post game. The Callis and Blum and Eschenfelder are doing a post game in studio that they haven't done that before in the playoffs because their broadcast gets shut down for the playoffs because of the national broadcast. They had a graphic on there that on the right hand side of the screen that showed all the key stats of the game, and one of them was Astros bullpen. 3 1/3 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts.
It was crazy.
They struck out 8 of the 10 guys they faced.
They're just that was I had such a crazy feeling of cockiness through that, including even when Presley came on, and last night's version of diciness was going to a 3-1 count or what have you. It really wasn't ever in doubt once the relievers entered the stage, and it just felt that kind of way. I've like reinterpreted the noise and vigor of an away crowd now as something that just dials the Astros in.
100%.
Just those guys hear that, and I think to them, they might as well as be at home. It just sounds like that's just the sound of them dialing in and winning a baseball game.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool to see just how at home they are in that environment.
Well, and you and I talked about this before the show. Like, as long as we're sitting here talking about Javier being a guy that found his playoff juju this series, or mojo, Urquidy being a guy that found his playoff mojo, I think we can throw Presley in there as well. Like, Presley was not good the second half of this season. He was very shaky. He's obviously been really good. He's been one of the staples of the latter part of this run of championships here, and to league championship series and World Series. But he had a 3.58 ERA during the regular season, and a lot with it ascending throughout the back half of the season. He'd had some real shaky outings. He's never, knock on wood, he's never blown a save in the playoffs for the Astros. He's 13 for 13 now, I think, in save opportunities for the Astros in the postseason.
I think you're safe. I don't think that's a hexable thing to say. I don't think you're going to – This is not a no-hitter we're talking about.
Gotcha. Okay. Yep. So kudos to Presley. Kudos to the bullpen. Kudos to the Astros. 7 straight ALCSs last night. The NL, as we go through headlines here, the Astros, by the way, will start the ALCS on Sunday at home against the Texas Rangers. Meanwhile, in the National League, this is where a lot of the belly aching is going on about the playoff format and the top 2 seeds allegedly getting rusty because they get 5 days of rest in between the regular season and their first playoff series. The two top seeds either out or on the verge of getting knocked out. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Phillies, yesterday afternoon, they rolled it up on the Atlanta Braves in Philadelphia. That crowd was insane. I was watching that game. Philly wins 10-2. Bryce Harper playing the full-on wrestling heel, staring at guys as he's rounding the bases on multiple home runs. They're up 2-1 in that series. The Dodgers, Seth, swept out of the playoffs by the Arizona Cardinals, the 6th seed last night, and or maybe the 5 seed. No, they were the 6th seed.
Choke job, man.
Yeah,
what a pathetic excuse for a once great franchise.
I thought about it this morning. It's got to be tough being a Dodgers fan to have to sit around and wait and root for a pandemic to get your next World Series championship.
Like they're just sitting here hoping that for some act of God to rescue them. And I don't know if there's if there's another pandemic, I think it's probably going to be handled a little bit differently next time around. Like for better or for worse, whatever. Just the Dodgers can't bank on that. Okay?
Right.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Swept.
It's a shame to have an asterisk next to your only championship.
It really is. Well, and I thought about this too. Because no fan base. I know the Yankees boo Altuve every time he comes to the plate, and they boo the requisite amount. No fan base belly aches more about 2017 than the Dodgers. They're still belly aching about it today. Dodger fans are the absolute worst. And to which I say, would I rather have a World Series championship that might be a little tainted with some strategery that was working?
It happened in August and September.
Right.
Not during the actual playoffs.
Or would I rather have won a championship in a season where everybody, when they bring up anything having to do with the last several years, says, other than the COVID season, other than the COVID season gets attached to every historical generational argument about any accomplishment in baseball other than the COVID season. That's the season you won your championship, is the other than that season that nobody really counts.
The hatred from the Dodgers fans is that much more extreme, though, too, Sean, just because in their minds they had, killed the Wicked Witch, and it was going to be almost an unchallenged procession of championships from that point forward.
True.
They would just be going to the World Series every year and winning, and now they're not even, given an opportunity to face the Wicked Witch of the East, or at least the AL Central.
That's true.
It's really sad for them. The Bryce Harper stuff was fun to watch, just kind of as from a distance as I was getting ready to watch the Astros game, because the whole drama there was that the night before, when Harper had been on first and then got doubled off of first base at the end of the game, the Arcia, the shortstop, had said could be heard yelling, "Ha ha! Attaboy, Harper! Attaboy!" So that's why Harper, after he hit his home run, was staring down Arcia as he was rounding the bases, and just the smack talk by Arcia, the sarcastic smack talk by Arcia, apparently fueled Harper into doing the slash gesture a couple times. It was pretty intense.
Yeah, dude. And the shots of the crowd in Philadelphia, I know that I know what comes with that. If you go, they are insane people. But as far as a TV spectacle goes, that is a crowd that you can feel through the television, the intensity of that ballpark. There's nobody in that ballpark that isn't wearing a Phillies jersey. You look at the background is a smattering of white, red, and that light blue from back in the 70s.
I saw people like Ed Werder somehow decides to weigh in on baseball and says, "Could we do away with the throat slashing gesture?" Oh, please, Bryce, good job, but why the throat slashing gesture,
dude?
To which I'm sure Phillies fans are just all up in arms over the throat slash. I bet they're like, "Oh dear, at what cost? At what cost?"
Yes. Think about the children, Bryce.
What of the people who will literally take that as him wanting to slash people's throats, and all the murders that will ensue,
dude,
because of the throat slash gesture?
Dude, you know what? It's funny. The across my Twitter timeline last night, the Braves broadcast, the Braves radio broadcast of that came across, and they were doing that. They're like, "Oh, that's just unfortunate. That's." It's unfortunate he's kicking your ass. That's what's unfortunate to you. That's
when people just pick and choose when to use their metaphors. You can talk all day long about killing the other team, and nobody's like, whoa. Nobody's murdering anybody out here, okay? Yeah.
Random thing that I'm sad never happened with the Astros. Look, plenty to root for and cheer and parades and all that stuff. Remember in 2018, the story came out a year later, but in 2018, they had a deal all lined up to get Bryce Harper on a rental for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have rooted for Bryce Harper for 3 months. That would have been fun.
It would have been fun. I would have, how would it have ended? Do you think they would have?
Well, that was a 2018 team where everybody was hurt towards the end of it. They won 107 games, but Altuve had one leg and Bregman was hurt.
No, but I'm wondering how would it have ended? Would they have had a leg up on signing Bryce Harper long term, and would he have stuck around?
No, because he wanted a 13-year deal.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's no way it would have. Okay.
True rental, but it would have been fun. Quick Texans headlines here as far as the looking ahead to this weekend. No, the players who didn't practice yesterday, Tank Dell Dell's not expected to play this weekend, according to sources. Aaron Wilson tweeted that yesterday. So Tank Dell still in concussion protocol. Others that didn't practice yesterday, Seth, Laramie Tunsil out with the knee. It sounds like he's going to play. They're just managing this thing. Malik Collins did not practice yesterday with an abdomen issue. We'll see how that goes.
Abdomen.
Yep.
I hope that's not. There's two things I hope that's not. One, appendicitis. And two, if it was appendicitis, he would have been listed as out.
Yeah.
I would imagine. They did. It's rare to come back from that.
Yeah.
Just in 2 days.
Yep.
So I guess the other would be if it's some kind of sports hernia or something.
Yep.
Because that whole general region sometimes gets a little bit dicey. Hopefully it's just some kind of little strain.
Yeah. Shaq Griffin didn't practice yesterday. Robert Woods didn't practice. He doesn't normally practice Wednesdays, but they did list him with a rib injury. He did leave game on Sunday briefly. We'll get to this a little later in the show, but I'll mix it into headlines. They are not happy with Deshaun Watson in Cleveland right now.
Oh dear.
He missed practice yesterday with a shoulder injury. A shoulder injury for which he has been medically cleared to practice and play.
Oh.
Cleveland, you got such a lemon.
For 2 weeks now, right?
Oh, yeah. Well,
He's been medically cleared for 2 weeks now.
They had a bye week last week.
Yes, that's our draft pick. That's our draft pick.
That's right.
That's my draft pick.
Right. That's my draft pick. That's our future teammate.
Everybody knows the Texans are going to be the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. Oh, I can't believe they gave up their draft pick. Everybody knows.
Yep. So, Deshaun Watson not practicing in Cleveland. We'll get to that a little later on in the show. All right. Hey, if the Astros on their way to their 7th consecutive ALCS, they don't start handing out MVPs for postseason series till the next round of the playoffs, the LCS. If you had to give an MVP for this ALDS for the Astros, I put it in the chat already on our YouTube channel. If you want to text in as well, if you had to give an MVP for the ALDS, who would you give it to? That's next.
If you had
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Presley trying to extend it to the postseason for Houston. The 3-2. Called strike 3. And the Astros, for a 7th consecutive season, are headed to the American League Championship Series. They hold on in Game 4, 3-2.
There you go. 3-2. They hold on. The bullpen was great. Bullpen got you 10 outs, 8 of them strikeouts. Jose Urquidy looked good. Feeling really good about the starting rotation heading into the next series against the Rangers. Starts on Sunday. So Sunday and Monday, plan ahead, folks. ALCS, Minute Maid Park. It's going to be a good one. The battle, first time in LCS history that we've had 2 teams from the same state playing against each other. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that shouldn't be such a huge surprise. It's been a long time they've been having an LCS though.
Yeah, I think the problem was for so many years you went straight to the ALCS. There was no ALDS, and a lot of the teams that would have been in the same state would have been in the same division, so there was no wild card.
Right. Yeah.
But and here's the other thing: like there aren't that many states that have 2 baseball teams. I guess the only other one that in the American League that it really even could have happened for, if I'm thinking this through, is California. If you got you got A's, A's Angels or something like that.
So this is pretty cool. This is I feel Landry had asked a question on X, formerly known as Twitter, last night about just how much juice there would be for this. I think because Landry, will point out that a lot of times people try to manufacture hatred between the 2 cities when it might not necessarily exist in certain situations. I feel like with this is one that's been brewing for a long time, and this year really started to become a real thing now that you have 2 genuinely good baseball teams in the division. So I like the Oilers versus the Cowboys or Texans versus the Cowboys. You're just never going to have a natural rivalry other than just kind of some insults over the water cooler. This is gonna feel very, very real.
Yes.
I think. Rockets and Mavericks obviously is one. I guess it gets the timelines have never quite matched up exactly for the Mavericks and the Rockets. This is going to be a battle royale. This is going to be good. This is going to hopefully get some people, like some Dallas natives, fired from their jobs in Houston.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when
that's 100% going to happen. There's going to be some boss that's like, all right, that's enough, Carl. All right, I'm sick of your crap. That's it. You're out of here.
Yeah.
You're out of here.
Oh, yeah. It's a big city. Yeah, I think that's in play. In a lot of play. Yeah, so you Dallas people that are working here.
Freaking Carl.
Mind your P's and Q's. I know, Carl. The hell?
Sick of his act.
Yeah, it was a straw that broke the camel's back with him, though. He's from Dallas. He's just saying inappropriate stuff all the time.
He moved to Dallas when he was 12.
Yeah. The other thing about this series, I mean, if we go back and look, if we're talking about the juice for this series between the Rangers and the Astros, I think a lot of people thought the Astros had killed off the Rangers back in early September in that series up in Arlington. I know I did. I think I may have declared the Rangers dead on this very show when the Astros outscored them 39-10 in a 39-10 game series on Arlington about a month and a half ago. I will give the Rangers credit for that. They pulled the nose back up on the plane and were able to, granted they choked away the division that they had like a 90% chance of winning with 2 days left in the season. Nevertheless, here they are. They're in the league championship series, and I think that's something, too. The last time these 2 teams saw each other, Seth, the last time they were across the field from each other, the Astros were busy just curb stomping them, bludgeoning them, beating them to a pulp. I wonder how that factors in. Like, I just wonder, like, on the Rangers side of things, like, Bochy knows what he's doing. I don't need to tell Bruce Bochy what to do. I do wonder if someone like Bochy, who's one of the best managers in the history of the game, if that factors in at all. If he's got to get, if that's something he's got to get out of his team's psyche, if it's something he uses as fuel for his team, is it something he ignores altogether because we're a different team now than we were then? But I think it's an interesting wrinkle that, these 2 teams played each other 13 times, and the last time they saw each other, the Astros are basically taking batting practice for 3 days. So if you had to pick an MVP of the ALDS, we don't start doing MVPs official until the LCS, I should say. But if you had to pick an MVP for the Astros for this series, who would you pick? If you had a vote.
Abreu. would take Abreu.
I would too.
Honestly, that's my emotional thought right off the knee-jerk reaction. I think Jordan's had so many yawnners already that I call him yawnners, by the way, now. He's had so many yawnners that I feel like this would just be a drop in the bucket for him, whereas Abreu is a guy that was so rided by so many talking heads on the radio, Sean Pendergast, that I feel like he's really been through the gauntlet and came along over the course of the last month in a somewhat unheralded fashion, was playing good baseball, was good at the plate, and for him to do what he did in this series, he's my MVP.
He's mine too, and I think it's less emotional for me, and it's more about situational. The 2 home runs that he hit, I thought were, you could argue, they're in the conversation for the 2 most important hits of the entire series. I feel like the 3-run home run in Game 3 was a reminder to the Twins that the Game 2 is not going to be something that sends the Astros reeling. That hitting that 3-run home run, and really, I think they were counting on Sonny Gray being the hammer that was going to take control of this series for them, and that it happened so quickly, that it unraveled on Sonny Gray so quickly because of that Abreu 3-run homer, and then the home run last night for them to take the 3-1 lead. That was a weird home run too. Like, the announcers didn't really capture.
That happened twice. And those for some reason to right field, what's his face, the short little play-by-play guy, got flummoxed and confused by a home run that hit the upper deck.
Yeah.
And was like the most anticlimactic upper deck home run ever. They went right back to their conversation afterwards.
Dude, he even had me, like, anytime there's a home run and I'm watching at home, I stand up, I'm clapping, I'm pumped. He even had me with the call, had me confused. I'm like, okay. I'm just kind of like clapping. I'm like, I think it was a home run. He said it was a home run. But he's saying it with the gravitas of like he's ordering a caramel macchiato or something.
Yeah, and they just continued their conversation. I felt like I was listening to the visiting team broadcast. And for the most part, I've been happy with those guys. I think Wainwright seems very, very comfortable for just having hopped into the box. And AJ Przinsky is a guy that I used to despise, and now I'm, against my better judgment, really starting to like him. There's one thing yesterday though when Pena made that really nice grab for the tag out at second.
Yeah.
Because Przinsky makes the very profound point. Well, that's bad luck. If that ball had been a couple feet to the left or right, he wouldn't have been tagged out. Like, yeah. Like every single defensive play ever made. What the hell are you talking about?
I know.
It was still a hell of a play by Pena. What on earth are you talking about? Yeah, it was just a hell of a lot of luck there. Like, yeah, all right, great.
Yeah, that was a key play though. Like, the luck part of it is silly. That's dumb. I'm with you on that. That was early in the game. That was a huge play.
A lot of people pointing out that Bochy was part of the failed bid in the NLCS to the Phillies as a player in 1980, and that he owes owes the Astros. Yeah.
Forgot he owes
the Astros for losing to the Phillies in the ALCS.
Oh yeah, because he was the linchpin.
NLCS. Yeah.
He was the backup catcher.
Yeah,
it was all on him. Yeah, it was all on him. I'm with you. I would say Abreu. A lot of Abreu on our YouTube channel, so a ton of Abreu. I'm happy for Abreu. Hey, look, we got a text a little earlier in the show. Is Abreu redeemed now?
Oh yeah, totally redeemed. Yeah. The only place where people get it twisted is when they think that various players are owed an apology.
Yes.
Which is you can admit you're wrong. Like Sean will admit that he was wrong in being quite as aggressive and vocal as he was.
Yep.
And yet he doesn't. There's nobody that deserves an apology because they're all big boys. Okay, Abreu doesn't think he was playing awesome over the course of the first 2/3 of the season. He's not going to sit up there and be like, I just wish somebody would apologize for back when I sucked. Pointing out that I sucked. Please stop being so soft on behalf of other men. Okay. They're adults. They can take care of themselves. Sean could admit that he was woefully wrong.
I was.
But he's not going to apologize.
I was. Seth's going to keep pointing out how woefully wrong I was. That's absolutely. No,
but you were correct to be distraught.
Yeah,
Sean.
yeah. No, but I was saying he's washed. I was saying he's done. I was wrong. I was totally wrong about that. If I have to sit here and apologize for every bad take that I have, then I should just, I'm going to need to, I'll need to start a podcast because I can't do it here. 4 hours is not enough time for me to apologize for my bad takes.
First of all, it wasn't a bad take. Second of all, it's like Abreu. Nobody expects Abreu to get up and apologize after each bad at-bat. It's just, it's absurd. If you've got that in your brain, there's two things, Sean. There's two mentalities that have been getting at me that annoy me. One is when he says you should apologize for some opinion you had about somebody who is actually objectively playing bad baseball. Right. That's two. That's soft. That's soft thinking. The second is when I've heard this before, and I say this as somebody who does not have a podcast myself, so I'm not like trying to stick up for myself or anything. But I'll hear somebody talk about like starting a podcast, and somebody will tell them, or they'll say themselves, but everybody's got a podcast. Like what? What on earth? What? Because people do it with other businesses too. Like, well, I don't know. There's a lot of people in that business. Oh no! Are you going to have to compete? Oh gosh! Are you saying you're going to actually have to be better than other people? Don't play baseball. There's a lot of people playing baseball. You'll never make it as a Major League Baseball player. Like, what on earth? If you ever catch yourself saying, like, I don't know if you should go into that industry that has an entry cost of 0 and try to make money in that industry, choke yourself. Choke yourself if you do that in a non-sexual manner. And if somebody says that to you, kick them in the groin and then shove them off a cliff. I mean that literally. You need to get those people out of the population and out of the gene pool. Don't do that. Don't do that potentially lucrative thing. There's too many people competing for it.
Go
oh
die,
my God.
everybody.
This is
yes.
This is career and life advice I did not see coming, but it's accurate and it's very good. Good job,
It
Seth.
is. I read something in a book like a year ago, so I can't remember which book it is, but the advice stuck with me. They said if you go to a really successful person and tell them of your plans to achieve success yourself, they will almost, unless they have a grudge against you personally, they will never laugh in your face about it. They will never say like, well, that's an absurd idea or anything. They might bring up, obstacles that you have to consider or something like that. If the person you're bringing up your grand scheme or design to is like just flat out telling you like, that'll never work, it's too competitive or this or that, get that person out of your life.
Out of your life, yeah. Not just ignore them. Get them out of your life.
Now, if they tell you, like, listen, I really think you should focus on kicking your heroin habit first, that's different. That's different, okay? Like, that's a reasonable objection.
There is some nuance.
If they give you a blanket, like, that's too hard, nobody ever succeeds in that business or everything, cut them out of your life.
That's a loser. That's a loser.
Yeah.
That's an energy vampire, is what D'Amico would call those people.
So I say all that to say, no, Sean will not be apologizing.
Yeah, that's a thank you, Seth. I appreciate that. I will not be. It's true. Text message. Okay, get the speech ready, Ben. Awesome bleeping show, guys. Super proud of these bleeping Astros. Keep it up and keep kicking bleeping ass. Jay Verlander. All right, let's play it. Here is Justin Verlander. The first voice you're going to hear is Dusty Baker handing the champagne bottle to do the speech over to Justin Verlander.
Who's going to do the celebration? Who want to do the celebration? Me? Yeah! No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this. Yeah! All right. Come on, man. All right.
Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries.
Yeah.
We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. Seventh time. All right? Don't take that for granted. On 7. Everybody pop these motherfuckers. 1, 2, 3.
That was cool. It was really cool. That went out over the air on FS1, and I'm just laughing the whole time. I'm like, boy, the censors. At least it was cable. My favorite part of that speech, Seth, was when he said, I wasn't even bleeping here. I like that he acknowledged that because we've come a long way since the 2021 World Series, I think it was, where reportedly Verlander was set to throw out the first pitch. And then it got reportedly, it's murky, but it might have gotten kibosh because he hadn't been around the team all year kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. That's that story was a strange one. But yeah, it's like there's a culture, and he had talked about the culture at one point last night too, about how it just changes. It just changes from the personnel and the people change and come and go, but there's a standard that they hold themselves to. And I thought that, I can't remember the word he used, but I think he said politely, like they do it politely or respectfully. They hold themselves to that standard. And I think, yeah, that says it to a T. They've got certain standards and expectations, but they're not like screaming at each other in the dugout about it.
Right.
It's just, that's the standard. And that's, if you're not going to hold yourself up to that standard, you're not an Astros type of guy.
All right, Astros win last night 3-2 against the Twins. 3-1, they take the series, and they're on to their 7th straight ALCS. A big topic on the show today. Let's shift gears over to the Texans. They've got the Saints coming to town on Sunday. Noon kick. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. Clint Stoerner and I on postgame following what is hopefully the 3rd win of the season for the Texans. Who are these New Orleans Saints that we're getting ready to see? How real is their 3-2 record that they bring into NRG Stadium on Sunday? We'll discuss that next. Soto
at Texas Star Grill Shop, 59 in Shepherd. Be there.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a victorious Thursday. Astros are in the ALCS for the 7th consecutive season. We'll get back to the Astros in a little bit. There is the small matter of a football game over at NRG Stadium on Sunday that we've not talked about yet. The New Orleans Saints come into town to face the Houston Texans. Noon kickoff. Saints a 1.5-point favorite as of this morning, so the spread's gone down a little bit. It's basically a coin flip game.
Disrespect.
The Saints are 3-2. Fun fact, every team the Texans have played so far this year is 3-2 on the season. That's kind of weird. It means they've played a decent schedule so far, and they're 2-3 against it. They've been competitive. The one recent loss they had could have gone either way. So I'm very much looking forward to what should be a fun game on Sunday. The Saints' 3 wins are a close win over the Tennessee Titans in Week 1, another win that was not as close as it looked, but probably a little too close considering they beat Carolina, the worst team in football, and then they destroyed New England last week. Those are their 3 wins. So they've not – you could argue Carolina and New England are the 2 worst teams in football. Those are their 3 wins. Their 2 losses, real quick. They lost by 1 to Green Bay in a game where Green Bay came from way behind, if I'm not mistaken. And then they lost in a blowout to Tampa Bay. So they're 3-2. They've got a top 5 defense by statistics, but I don't know.
The Bucs, and then the Bucs though too. I think they're a team that like getting blown out by the Bucs now doesn't seem like the big deal it would have if you said that in August. You know, if you said, "Oh, the Saints are going to get blown out by the Bucs," you could see how it might happen. I think if you're going to look at this team, and if you find yourself like not drumming up the appropriate level of, you know, good fear or good respect or concern for the opponent, just listen to the names. And Derek Carr might not scare you, but it's still Michael Thomas, Alvin Kamara, Chris Olave, those guys. And now this Juwan Johnson, the tight end, went off last week. Yeah. And that makes me nervous because we saw what happened with tight ends last week versus the Texans.
Great point.
You've got issues in the secondary, and you've got issues with your linebackers in coverage, and like that's when tight ends tend to go off. So this is they've got a plethora of weaponry there, and it might just be a matter of Derek Carr starting to get a feel and a rapport and a chemistry with everybody. So I do think this is a much greater test for the Texans than it might seem based on record or results. And I know the Patriots are struggling, but a good team would go in against a team like the Patriots and just thoroughly trounce them.
Yeah.
And that's what the Saints did. So I don't think there's not one part of me that thinks like, oh, this is yet another easy opponent on the Texans' soft schedule this year.
Not at all.
I think this is a team that could very much be brewing up and bubbling up to be a big surprise in the league.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think similarly on the defensive side of the ball, Seth, you know, there's name value on the defensive side. They've got good cornerbacks led by Marshawn Lattimore. They've got Cam Jordan on that defensive line. Granderson. Carl Granderson's been good for them this year. Demario Davis in that linebacking core. So they've got players on that side of the ball, too. They've actually become a much better defensive team now that Sean Payton's out of the building. So they've got
Imagine
guys.
that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Broncos have gone from like being a very respectable defense to falling off a cliff. Huh.
Are you excited to watch the Denver Broncos face the Chiefs tonight?
Oh, God. According to James Palmer, this will be the first time Pat Mahomes has ever faced the worst scoring defense in the league.
I hope dude, how great would it be if they got 70 hung on them again?
Oh, that would be so awesome.
That'd be so fun.
Especially now that, you know, the crazy thing is now Russell Wilson is not nearly the problem that he was last year. He's not living up to his contract one bit, but he's not nearly the problem that he was last year. So this would be more about head coach Sean Payton really just flat out he might just be a good quarterbacks coach. At the end of the day, he's a good quarterbacks coach. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And if you get somebody like Drew Brees, then you can overcome a lot of stuff. And if you pay your players to injure other players.
Right.
But he certainly shouldn't be the old man who's getting offended at being interviewed via Zoom when the rules stipulate that you can only be interviewed via Zoom.
Yeah.
You know?
Sean Payton, what a jerk.
Which is what, for those of you who don't know, that's reportedly what his big hang-up with the Texans
He's very
was.
put out by that, yeah.
Yeah, he's very put out that they wouldn't interview him in person, even though the rules wouldn't allow him to be interviewed in person at that point.
What rules, Seth? I don't know.
Who would imagine, like, the guy that maybe tried to engineer a deal with Tom Brady against the rules or had bounties on players against the rules or anything else would be peeved that the Texans wouldn't break the rules to meet with him, the mighty Sean Payton in person.
What are these rules of which you speak? I don't know what these are, these rules. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday, asked about his quarterback, rookie sensation, C.J. Stroud.
For me, where C.J. is I'm pleased with where he is now. You know, don't go in with any expectations of like where is he? Is he ahead of schedule, behind schedule? Right now, he's playing great football for us, and that's where we want him to be. He's doing really great things of leading our offensive unit. He's doing great things as I talked about protecting the football. So where he is, just as a player, as a leader for our team, he's right on track to where he needs to be.
He's a quarterback that gives you a chance in every single game on your schedule.
You know where like kind of the biggest test for me and where he is I'm trying to pay attention to the things that I'm getting persnickety about.
Mm-hmm.
And after the game, just from watching on the TV copy on Sunday, I was like, you know what? He just wasn't quite himself from an accuracy standpoint. And then I go and I start watching, especially when you watch the end zone copy on the All-22. I'm looking at some of these throws he's making, including the one that Robert Woods dropped over the middle, you know, which was Robert Woods was wide open, but it was a really good anticipation throw. The throws that he's making with anticipation and how accurately he's making them are just so good. And like the throws that I'm being persnickety about on the lack of accuracy, it's kind of like, well, it wasn't perfectly placed the way it typically is. Or, the guy had to jump a little bit, but it was still a reception. It's just that he's raised the bar already on what your expectations are of a good quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's like, even after last week's game, I watched that and I realized, man, boy, like this is something that could be really, really nice if they just keep building pieces around him. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it really is. I saw that. Did you see the JT O'Sullivan cut up of that incompletion to Robert Woods that popped up on Twitter?
I had seen that I actually retweeted it, but I didn't watch it because I haven't watched it. JT O'Sullivan, who runs the QB school on YouTube, which is awesome. People love this thing. Like a lot, like if you want to go learn more about football, go to it. But yeah, he loves CJ Stroud.
He loves
what did he say in that clip?
I should go find it, but he broke down this incompletion to Robert Woods that Woods should have caught. He broke it down like it was the game-winning touchdown pass in a Super Bowl. He's like, he replayed it, back. He went back and forth with it. He's like, man, if you can't like this kind of throw from C.J. Stroud, you just don't like quarterbacking. You just don't like. He was gushing about that specific throw you brought up to Woods. It was just I'll find it. It's like 30 seconds. But yes, thumbs up on the QB school. That's good stuff.
So on the quarterbacking side of things, there's that. But I think on the leadership side of things, so far CJ has shown zero signs of cracking under playing for a 500 football team or anything like that. Like the worry about, what's it going to be like when he plays on a team in the NFL where you're not only losing 2 games in an entire season. I've just seen zero evidence of him being mentally weak in that regard. I think it's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Here was C.J. Stroud. You're looking for a rundown on the Saints defensively? Just go to old number 7 because he's got the whole depth chart nailed down here for you.
Top 5 defense, all around, run game, pass game. They do everything really well. They play as one. You can tell they play as one unit. Their DBs are really good. Number 1, Marshawn Lattimore, Tyrann Mathieu, really smart. I think they're getting the other safety, number 9, back, or is another 9, number 6. I think his name is Neil, something or something like that. Really good player. D-line is really stout. Cam Jordan is really good. Brian Brzee, who I actually played in the All-American Bowl, I think, in high school. Somebody I got to know over the recruiting process and then over the draft and everything. Really good player. So all around, man, they're really stout. Demario Davis is the head of that. He's a great player. Former teammate of mine, Pete Warner, their will linebacker. Very athletic, very good with getting his hands on the ball. So, man, we got to be on our A game. Definitely a great defense.
Yeah, I don't even know why I come in and do a rundown, why you or I do a rundown of the Saints defense. We just need to hit play on C.J. Stroud's cut about the opposing team, and he gives you in 75 seconds, you're all caught up to speed. I forgot about the Honey Badger. He had a pick 6 against the Patriots last week. Old Honey Badger. It's a little reunion with Tyrann Mathieu this weekend, Seth.
I feel like Marcus May, though, number 6, whose name is not Neil, might take somebody's head off. Yeah,
Disrespect.
He had a 3-game suspension.
Okay.
I don't know for what. If it was for illegal hits or anything,
nothing violent.
He's totally the guy that's gonna take that as disrespect. Neil, my name is Marcus May. I'm number 6. Damn it!
I feel like that's something you or I would have found a way to morph May into Neil somehow.
It was I saw something. By the way, J.J. Watt told a story on the McAfee show where he talked about Fred Taylor juking him out or something. And in the middle of the story, J.J. Watt realized, like, wait a second, no, it wasn't Fred Taylor. I don't know who it was. Because Fred Taylor had already retired by 2011. And one of my followers blamed me for it. They said it was the Seth Payne influence of screwing up names. Now that JJ's gone into media, he's learned that it's not that big a deal to screw up names like I do all the time.
Seth killed JJ Watt's media career.
If JJ doesn't make it as a broadcaster, it's going to be because of my bad influence.
Poor guy never even got out of the starting blocks. He killed his career. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday.
JJ just continues to defy every excuse that I ever could have made for myself. Like, he's a defensive lineman, but he's a white defensive lineman. And all of a sudden, JJ comes along and just starts getting double-digit sacks as a white interior defensive lineman for the first time since the damn Merlin Olsen, and then or Howie Long.
This is your revenge. Your revenge is you're going to ruin his broadcasting career.
No. He's going to go ahead and just he'll be better as a broadcaster while still screwing up names.
Yep.
He lives here to vex me. At some point, this ends with me murdering J.J. Watt.
Okay. Spoiler alert.
Sorry.
All right. We'll get to the 8 o'clock. We'll get to the top 8 stories at 8. Deshaun Watson. People are none too happy with him in Cleveland right now. What do you hear what the noon show on our sister station is doing every day now for injured, air quotes, Deshaun Watson? That is next. Yellow Rose Distillery, the Yellow Rose
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get to the top 8 stories at 8 o'clock in just a second. I would imagine that we will be leading in with some Astro talk there. They're in the ALCS for a 7th straight season. This morning, on my way in, I poked my beak in on some Cleveland radio. I did yesterday, too, because I got a push notification from Adam Schefter that he had tweeted that Deshaun Watson was going to miss practice yesterday. He was sitting out practice. Of course, he missed the Browns' last game in Week 4, where they got blown out by the Ravens, and then they had a bye week last week. He missed that game because of a shoulder injury. He's been medically cleared to play for a while now, but he is still choosing not to. Kevin Stefanski made that clear after that loss to the Ravens, and it was Deshaun's choice to not play in that game. He chose not to practice yesterday. He's getting killed in Cleveland.
He's doing the old Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
Right? Where basketball is a little bit of a trickier sport because you've got so many games. And issues or something than playing every night. I could see where there'd be disagreement over just exactly how to finish it, but he's been cleared to play, and so far he just chooses not to play.
Not playing.
It's just too much. He just doesn't feel right.
That's right. So as you can imagine, they're at their wits' end in Cleveland because we know all the baggage that came with getting Watson in the door in Cleveland in the first place, and he has not helped any of that go away by playing well. I think you could argue he's had maybe one good game in his 8 or 9 starts as a Cleveland Brown. Here is what 92.3 The Fan, Nick Wilson is their afternoon host on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. He has decided to make this a daily thing as a service to his listeners, the Deshaun Watson situation.
Yesterday on the show, we resigned ourselves to the fact that Watson Watch is something we're going to be on. I mean, honestly, even when he comes back from injury, we're going to be on Watson Watch. So we're making it an official, fully blown thing every day, starting the show with an update.
Did Deshaun Watson practice today? No. We are all gonna die. It's Watson Watch on Afternoon Drive.
So Deshaun Watson did not practice today. Keith, what you got?
You think I was a little bit overproduced?
No, not at all.
No, that's just some good old death metal you're playing there. Yeah. That's probably easy listening from some death metal band by death metal standards. Right, right now, just for those of you that are concerned about such things, the Texans would draft. If the draft were today, the Texans would draft 17th overall because the Browns are 2-2.
Okay.
Whereas the Arizona Cardinals would draft 10th overall. Remember, we were all told that the Cardinals had the number 1 pick next year because they had the lowly Houston Texans draft pick.
That's right.
They would draft 10th right now overall.
Yep.
So.
Yep. And by the way, the Browns play the San Francisco 49ers this weekend. Do you think that might have something to do with why Deshaun's shoulder still hurts?
Who do they play next week? I'm going to pull up the Browns schedule and we'll figure out when the miraculous recovery will be.
I like
Deshaun Watson.
Okay, it's a good exercise.
Well, basically, he's going to have some story about going in and somebody laid hands on him and he was all of a sudden he was just fine.
Okay.
So let's see. They face the Colts next week. I expect a miraculous recovery before the Colts game.
Okay. Where is that game? In Cleveland or in Indianapolis?
It's in Indianapolis.
Okay.
They play the Seahawks the week after that.
Okay, well, it ain't going to be that if he's still out. I'll tell you that right now. Who after that? Give me a couple.
Cardinals more. After that. So if he doesn't make a miraculous recovery by November 5th at 1 p.m. Eastern, then I'm going to guess that he's genuinely injured. Before then, he might be just waiting until after the Seahawks game.
Cardinals at home. That'll be it. Cardinals at home. That's on brand for the new Deshaun. This version does not get on a bus with a busted up lung, coughing up blood, so that he can take the field against a horrible Jacksonville team. This version of Deshaun does a podcast with Quincy Avery every week while his shoulder recovers. Mm-hmm. They like that, too. That Deshaun he's missed practices because of the shoulder, but he hasn't missed an episode of the podcast that he does with Quincy Avery yet. The other thing, Seth, in Cleveland that I've learned in listening. I don't know if you saw David Njoku, the burns that he suffered. The burns that he suffered.
Some kind of household incident. Yeah,
it's nasty.
It's like he really burned his face badly.
He played in the Ravens game that Deshaun missed with a shoulder injury.
Yeah, it looked honestly, and he showed a picture of it, which I guess they didn't show. He must have been wearing a full visor during the game, dark visor.
It's nasty.
It's nasty.
Yeah.
It's really it looks like, somebody has real bad vitiligo or something like that, where it covers up a lot of their face. It looked like it was. I would say it was like 70% of his face looked like there was skin taken off. It was crazy.
Yeah, he played.
Yeah. Credit to him for fighting through that and playing.
Yeah.
Whatever misery that was while traveling internationally.
That's a tough look for Deshaun to have a teammate who's 70% of his face practically burned off from a household injury, and Deshaun has a medically clear shoulder injury that he refuses to even practice with right now. That's a tough putt, number 4. That's tough.
The one thing about that is, without knowing what the household incident was, if it was some kind of a sex wax thing or something, then you've got to play, because once the details come out that you were burned, it's 70% of your face burned by hot oil, used consensually and everything, obviously,
right?
But not like other people might. And it's just that's you want to be sure you play through that.
This is thinking 2 steps deeper that Seth Payne does here. I had not even thought about that the nature and how it came about factors in.
Oh, I just watched Wolf of Wall Street, so there's a hot wax scene in there.
I got you.
So that's what was on my brain, the filth that was on my brain at the point.
I got you. I'm looking at a couple of tweets. Carlos Correa apparently had some really good things to say about Martin Maldonado after the game last night. Does Carlos Correa, Seth, let me read you the quotes. I don't have the audio of this.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to read it to you. Adam Spillane posted a screen grab of the quote. And Correa said this, and I preface this by saying that Maldonado's been obviously a big object of derision's probably too strong a word. People are worked up that Martin Maldonado gets as much playing time as he does. He's he hasn't been good offensively nor defensively this year, but the handling of the pitchers is what Dusty perceives as this huge value. Here's what Correa said. I don't want to give credit to Maldonado because he'll bring it up at some point when I talk to him in the offseason, but he knows what he's doing behind the plate, and he knows every hitter's weaknesses. He's going to try to exploit it, and he pitches against the expected slug. That's an advanced stat. And he does all that, and we knew it, and still it was hard to make adjustments the way he was pitching backwards, hitters counts. He would go off speed, and then a count where he would go off speed regularly. He would go fastballs up. They did a good job of mixing and matching, and we just got to get better and have a better plan. Spillane tweets, when he posted the grab of that, in the tweet, he said, Correa told a Twins coach last season that Maldonado is worth 15 wins to the Astros.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's the part, too, that honestly, as fans or sports media people or anything argue about it, you have to concede that you just flat out never know exactly how important or how good people are. Because people say nice things about guys all the time in the media. I think that when it comes to Maldonado or various other players who kind of rise above the box score, the playoffs are when it really, really counts. And there's a difference between being a good regular season team and a good postseason team. I think one thing where the Astros really showed and put on display in this series was their preparation. Their preparation for Sonny Gray's sweeper. Maldonado, and about his preparation, but his ability to address various batter strengths and everything. It's hard to quantify that with the stats that we're using, and you just have to tip your cap to Maldonado. I think that the two things along those lines where, Correa is pointing out Maldonado is such a key. Two things about last night and this series in general. On the broadcast, they were taught how Maldonado had said that Urquidy was going to be the key to this series. And look what happens. Urquidy ends up being the key to this series and ended up, doing it very, very, very well. The other part that's not related to Maldonado, but could have been such a turning point and could have been an all-time great playoff moment for the Twins, was putting Byron Buxton in. I mean, that was, I texted you panic move.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yep.
As I was texting panic move, inside I was thinking like, oh crap, this is too picture perfect. This is too storybook. The crowd was insane. The dugout was all in. Byron Buxton had that look in his eyes, after having not played for several months. That would have been the perfect moment, was him going yard in that moment. But obviously it was not to be. So it remains a panic move.
Yes. Oh, yeah, no, credit to him. He was one of the 2 Twins hitters that made contact on the Astros bullpen out of the 10 outs that they got. Yeah, so much credit to Byron Buxton for having the bat hit the ball weakly to first base on a mini little pop-up right there. So good job there, Byron Buxton. Nice job. Yay. Good job for you.
Golf clap for you. It was a heroic non-comeback.
That's
Good
right.
job.
Here's just one other quote from the postgame last night. This is from Chandler Rome of The Athletic. And Chandler tweets, I feel like I've asked this same question over and over the last 2 Octobers. What allows the Astros to keep doing this so much turnover? And he says, between swigs of red wine, Justin Verlander gave me maybe the best answer yet. Here's the answer. I'm going to read it. This is in Chandler's article in The Athletic. I'd encourage you to go read that. Chandler does a really good job covering the team. He says this. This is Verlander's explanation for how they're able to keep doing this over and over again, Seth, despite losing guys. There's been a culture established here that hasn't faded away. It's still very present, and that's a testament to the guys that were here before and the guys that remain here and the guys that are leaders of this ball club. They don't allow slacking off, but they do it in a respectful manner. They expect the best of everyone because they're giving their best every single day. What a great way to lead by example. I think our culture is something not tangible. Funny that for one of the most analytic forward teams in baseball, something that makes this team so special is something that's not measurable, which echoes something you said earlier in the show, I think, about
yeah, well, and it's something like I've kind of felt that for a long time, going back to 2017, really going back to 2015, which is that there is something, even if it's not the intended result, there is something about the players that you identify through analytics, I think tend to be more of the like cut from the right cloth type of guys. That I think, because what it does sometimes, if used properly, what analytics does for a lot of coaches and GMs and everything is it eliminates all the bling. It eliminates the athletic flashiness or the potential. Oh God, the potential of various players, and it just boils it down to the very nuts and bolts. Like, okay, who actually helps the baseball team out? And sometimes it's through methods or through a style of play that doesn't garner as much respect or attract as much attention. So I think because of that, you do end up with guys that are maybe a little bit more blue collar and a little bit more about their teammates and maybe a little less selfish. There's like a selflessness that's identified. You see it in basketball too. So and then the other part of it too is I think maybe just the players who are most likely to want to seek out those analytics and actually learn the lessons and take the advice and do the pitch selection that the nerds are recommending, all of that. I think those tend to be certain types of guys too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like without it even maybe being an intended result by Jeff Luhnow, it's something you stumble into. Is like, okay, we got like guys that care about the right things on this team.
Yeah.
And you get through it by like the most analytically possible way. You end up with guys who have really good human traits.
It's a correlation that they discovered along the way. Like, wow, this is a nice bonus that all these dudes that match up with all of our numbers carry this certain ethos about them, the way they go about their business. I like that. That's good.
The other thing, though, there, too, when he talks about holding themselves to standards and doing it respectfully, like without having to, MF people or anything like that, it made me think back to the article back in 2019 about Kyle Tucker and how A.J. Hinch had to have a talk with Kyle Tucker about being more of an Astros type of guy, because there was kind of, the perception at least that maybe he didn't have the urgency that the other guy, this is what Hinch had said back then. We talked to him about it when he first got here, and I think he wants no part of the reputation of being a low motor or an aloof type player.
Wow.
He's taken it to heart and is playing with the urgency that we want. So remember, because he came up and didn't really have his first go-around with the Astros and the Bigs didn't go all that hot, and there was a perceived lack of urgency there by Kyle Tucker. And the culture kind of brought him along through A.J. Hinch and whoever else had those conversations with him. I think that's a very understated or underrated part of why the Astros have been able to sustain this for so long.
You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's get to the Ocho. 8 stories at 8 o'clock that you need to get your day started. And, of course, let's start with...
One. Presley trying to extend it to the postseason for Houston. The 3-2. Called strike 3! And the Astros, for a 7th consecutive season, are headed to the American League Championship Series. They hold on in Game 4, 3-2.
3-2, the final score, 3-1. The 3-1, the final score of the series. The Astros move on to their 7th consecutive American League Championship Series. What an incredible run this has been. And this is the one, Seth, probably putting aside the COVID year, obviously. This was the one I would say that lended itself to the most doubt that they would get this far. Maybe in 2017, just because they hadn't been there before. But once you win the World Series, there's an expectation level that the ALCS is the minimum. Winning the division really helped this team. I don't think there's any, that's we can't ignore that. That I think get the opportunity to get an older team that's played a ton of games over the last several years, 5 days of rest before this series started, something we haven't really brought up today, but just in thinking this through, and to get your pitching lined up the way that they could with Verlander starting this series and this going in the order it did, was really beneficial. But kudos to the Astros, because this series, other than Framber's start, this series looked a lot like a 2022 or 2021 Astros series.
Well, and Sean, going back to that same thing about the culture, like, it's not just the players themselves. I think the organization and the way it's still set up is such that you're trying to get all these little tiny victories in every way and manner that you can. And, a tiny victory here, a tiny victory there. So some of these other teams that have 5 days off and home field advantage and what have you, I don't think they nearly take advantage of that time as well as the Astros do in terms of prepping the players, in terms of the actual physical preparation, all of that. Like, the Astros just do a really, really good job. That team was ready for Sonny Gray. Yeah. You have the Twins manager using the shadows as an excuse. The Astros damn well knew about the shadows and come in like cowering in a corner, worried about the fact that they weren't going to be able to see the ball. You know what they did? They laid off the fastball because they knew the shadows were going to be an issue. They didn't whine about it. They didn't complain about it. They had a strategy for Sonny Gray, and they hit the sweeper. It was just as simple as that. So, everybody else can complain about the playoff format all they want. Use that time. Use it to your advantage instead of sitting there getting high all day.
Yeah.
That's what I hear the other teams are doing.
Well, this is a good segue into number 2. All right, because 2 of those teams whose fans and maybe those teams themselves privately are complaining about this. I've not heard Atlanta or the Dodgers complain publicly that they got a bye in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they're both either losing or out now. The 1 seed in the NL, the Atlanta Braves, they lose yesterday. They get blown out in Philly by the Phillies yesterday, 10-2. Just a thrashing by the Philadelphia Phillies. So the Braves trail in that series now 2-1. The Braves, whose odds to win the World Series throughout the season were anywhere from 25 to 33%, which is a massive, massive number. I know it doesn't sound like a lock. It's not, but that's a big number. They're now on the ropes. They play tonight in Game 4 of their series. And then the number 2 seed in the NL, they're out. The LA Dodgers got swept. You know that Arizona team that the Astros swept in the last series of the year to clinch the division? That team played a wild card round and then swept that, and then swept the Dodgers in the divisional series in the NL. So the Dodgers are out. They get swept. This is what I think, Seth, and I don't know if these teams are complaining about this, but my feeling is that, okay, if not playing for 5 days is such a detriment, maybe the thing to do, let's give the 1 and 2 seed a choice. Hey,
there you go.
The 1 seed, you can either be the 1 or the 3 seed. Take your pick. the 2 seed. You can either be the 2 or the 4 seed. Take your pick. You know?
I think the one thing the Astros have done for the youth of Houston, really America, if other cities would choose to accept this lesson, is to not make excuses. They just flat out take these things that others look at as obstacles, either shadows or, oh God, no, rest. Not rest. Rest. And they say, all right, well, let's use it to our advantage.
Right.
Instead of take a hint, okay? Learn a lesson. Yeah. Los Angeles, you know? Maybe your scriptwriters wouldn't be so upset and whiny all the time if they would pay more attention to the Astros instead of your Hollywood actors and actresses acting like they're heroes for wearing a Trastros hat or something like that. Rob Lowe, role model. Then maybe they'd actually find some success. Maybe your movie industry wouldn't be falling apart at the seams. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
3.
All right, Texans. These are the players that didn't practice yesterday for the Houston Texans. Laramie Tunsil, Tank Dell, Malik Collins, Shaq Griffin, and Robert Woods. Of those 5 players, we'll see how it goes. There'll be another practice report. There'll be another injury report today. It sounds like Tunsil's going to be all right. Maybe this is just rest for him. Tank Dell looks like will not play the concussion protocol. And I see where you're going into a bye week with something like that just out of, because you really get 2 weeks here, with the additional bye week to recover. So we'll see. Doesn't look like Tank is going to play. We'll see about the other 4 that didn't practice. Aaron Wilson reported that sources say the offensive line configuration set that they used last week with Titus Howard at left guard is expected to stay in place for another week, which I guess might mean that Juice Scruggs probably not coming back. He wasn't on any report yesterday. He's on injured reserve.
Titus Howard at left guard is Nick Casario's Maldonado at Maldonado in general, I suppose. I don't know. I feel like there's a stubborn need to make that work somehow, to make it a thing. Except with Maldonado, obviously, it's worked out splendidly and brilliantly. And Maldonado had a track record of success. It's just a matter of, okay, is he too old to consistently be that guy anymore? So I need a better comparison. There's a stubborn fixation on Titus Howard at left guard that I just don't get or understand.
Well, here's D'Amico yesterday saying Titus will play where we need him to play.
I thought Titus stepped in and did a really nice job for us. I mean, first time back and playing at guard now it's just been the mindset of our entire team. And what I love about Titus is there's no hesitation to step right in there, whatever we needed him to play, he was willing to step in and do that. And that's just, I love that about him. I love that about all of our guys. It really doesn't matter, right? Guys want to be out there, and they want our team win. Doesn't matter what position you're playing. Doesn't matter how much time you're playing or when you get out there. The mentality for all our guys is, man, whatever I need to do to help our team win games, that's what I'll do.
Okay, this is why the Maldonado comparison doesn't work for multiple reasons. One of which is that I don't think there's no Yiner Diaz behind. There's no Yiner Diaz behind Titus Howard at left guard. I think that right now the options, whether it's Nick Broker or if Josh Jones comes back healthy, he's much more of a tackle than a guard, or Michael Dieter. I guess they just feel that much better about him at left guard. It's just an imperfect. They just feel that much better about Titus at left guard. So it's just it's an imperfect situation, and there's not an immediate remedy, barring one of these younger guys just emerging to somehow being more trustworthy at this point. I don't know. I feel like for this team to who's waiting in the wings at left guard?
Yeah, nobody.
I feel like we're gonna wait. This is how
Kenyon
it's gonna
Green
be for the rest of the season.
Kenyon Green
right.
next year.
Yeah.
It's tough.
4.
All right, Bill Belichick is, of course, widely considered one of, if not the greatest head coaches in NFL history. According to The Athletic, that does not mean his job is safe. Frustrated over New England's struggles since Tom Brady's departure in 2020, team owner Robert Kraft, Seth, reportedly is not opposed to dismissing Bill Belichick if things don't improve soon. Jeff Howe, who he reports a lot of stuff having to do with the Patriots. I think he either covers or covered them at one point. Said, quote, there's a school of thought that suggests Bill Belichick the right to go out on his own accord as the architect of the greatest dynasty in NFL history. Kraft does not subscribe to it, end quote. So he's reporting that as, that's not a – Kraft might not subscribe. He's saying Kraft does not subscribe to that line of thinking with Bill. Do you think Bill Belichick gets fired by Robert Kraft?
I think, however it is, I think it ends up being kind of like the way – I don't think Tom Coughlin officially got fired by the Giants, right?
I don't remember.
They had that really awkward press conference where Coughlin didn't shake hands with the owner as he walked out of the building.
I forgot. I got to go back and watch that.
Yeah, so I think it would be something like that. There's another article in The Athletic by a different writer, some Chad Graff. Anyway, whoever wrote it.
Yeah.
6 different options. Let me rapid fire these. Tell me if this is possible or not possible.
Okay.
Fire Belichick midseason.
Nope.
Fire Belichick after the season.
Yes.
Strip Belichick of GM duties, but keep him as coach.
Yes.
Keep Belichick in his role, make changes elsewhere.
Sure.
Offer Belichick a cushy front office job.
Yes, but he'd say no.
There's no way in hell he accepts that. Keep the status quo. I'd say no either.
No,
so there's going to be change of some sort after the season.
Will be.
But I don't think it's going to be until after the season.
Yep.
5.
HOA Florio is back at it. Well, this was reported by a lot of people. When I see Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk with a title, with a headline, NFL has repeatedly fined Tyreek Hill for uniform violations, I'm like, oh, this feels like something Florio would sink his teeth into. Tyreek Hill apparently Miami wide receiver Tyreek Hill tweeted on Tuesday that the NFL has fined him more than $100,000 because of uniform violations, apparently tied to his socks. The NFL has said that it's not that much. It's less than $100,000, but he refuses to wear socks. Florio says it'll be interesting to see if and when the NFL simply refuses to let Hill enter games with a non-conforming uniform. Apparently, A.J. Brown of the Eagles was told at halftime of a Week 3 Monday night game that if he didn't change his shoes, he would be if it violated the league rules, the shoes did, that he would be prevented from continuing. So it wouldn't be unprecedented that someone would be warned about something like this. I can feel the saliva coming off of this paragraph here from Florio that he hopes that this happens, that Tyreek Hill's not allowed in a game because of uniform violations.
This is the one where I get the most teen angst vibe out of NFL players. This used to annoy me as a player when guys would get worked up over uniform violations. I'm like, all right, yeah, there's a uniform and you got to wear the uniform. Just settle the hell down. You're not expressing your inner self through your just settle. They've got reasons that might be stupid, but a lot of it's tied to sponsorships and everything else. I do personally. I don't like seeing my players like Laramie Tunsil, who currently has a knee issue, with their knee pads up on their femur. Like, guys are basically wearing bicycle shorts out there now to play contact football. I don't like that. If anything, I would prefer that the uniform code be even stricter, especially with running back covered in a coat of armor like Curtis Martin used to go out there.
Eric Dickerson.
Bigger shoulder pads.
Yeah, Dickerson with the neck roll and the big pads and the rec specs and every elbow and forearm pad that you could possibly think of. Hell yeah. I need my running backs healthy. All right.
6.
This is a good one. You brought this one to my attention, Seth. This one's juicy here. I love me a good inter-office romance story in the NFL. This is from Buffalo. John Roth, Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President of the Bills and the Sabres, was fired by owner Terry Pegula on Wednesday, fewer than 3 months after being elevated to the position. Catherine D'Angelo, Senior VP and General Counsel, was also fired on Wednesday. 3 sources with direct knowledge of the decision tell The Athletic that Roth and D'Angelo were in a romantic relationship, and the situation came to a head in London where the Bills played the Jags about a week and a half ago. The Bills front office structure was such that D'Angelo reported to owner Terry Pegula. However, D'Angelo's the woman, Roth possessed superior titles. Roth recommended her for promotion, 2 of the sources said.
Promotion, and you know where the promotion was to? One of them was operating human resources.
Yeah.
He tried to promote her to the point at which nothing could touch them.
That's how
each other.
That's how you make sure that an inter-office romance stays in place, by essentially putting somebody there who might make it legal.
Tim Graham of The Athletic also reported, source informed me they got too brazen in London, and it became an issue that had to be addressed.
Okay, well, you deserve to get fired then.
Dude, if you can't be overcome by the romance that is London, Yeah, God help you. Nothing more romantic than those people supposedly speaking English, carrying you around in heavy traffic,
Right.
so you can go eat bangers and mash.
Yep.
Or maybe getting a little banger on your own in that big silly looking cab.
Nothing says romance like Buckingham Palace, crooked teeth, and bad hygiene. Absolutely.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That's the best.
Give me some English. Give me some English passion.
Yep, absolutely.
7.
All right, 7. Okay, in the category of things that are silly, Kansas basketball. Kansas basketball, not silly. I want to make sure that I make that abundantly clear. Our boss is a huge Kansas basketball fan. It's silly that they were forced to vacate 15 wins yesterday from 2018 and take down their Final Four banner and trophies because of some NCAA violations. And not to go too deep into what the violations were, I just think vacating wins and forcing teams to take down banners like we never observed these things take place is silly to me. Now, putting a big Ghostbuster sign on the banner instead, that would be kind of funny. You leave the banner up, but you got to put some big Ghostbuster sign. So I bring this up
instead of an asterisk, you mock it somehow.
Yeah.
You just try to,
Yeah, you're forced to put a Ghostbusters red slash on over that banner. That should be the appropriate punishment. I think vacating wins is one of the dumbest things in sports. You never saw these wins take place.
I feel like in hindsight, over 40, 50 years ago, when people look back at the demise of the NCAA, at least as it exists today, they're going to look at like these last 10 or 15 years as, oh, that was when they were squabbling more over ridiculous rules violations and all these little fighting for scraps that happens with these huge bureaucratic empires.
Dude.
That it just collapsed onto itself.
The NCAA is a substitute teacher at this point. That's no kid is respecting them.
Just trying to keep the school from burning down.
Yeah. You will respect me.
They're my seventh grade science teacher who once got locked in the beaker closet by his students.
No.
Poor guy. I don't even want to say his name. He was the nicest guy in the world, and there were times where basically the school bullies. This is in 7th grade, Sean. The school bullies, and usually those are the kids that were they were 15 years old and had gone through puberty when they were 11. So they were man-sized 7th graders.
Yeah.
They actually took over the classroom. They went Lord of the Flies on him. They locked him in the closet, in the science closet. And then just ran shop for the entire period.
What was young Seth thinking at the time?
I wasn't in there. I just heard about it. Yeah.
Gotcha. I would have been terrified.
I felt bad for the guy.
7th grade
nice
Sean
guy,
would have been. I would have been terrified.
8.
All right, last one. I
think it was. They wouldn't let the kids. They wouldn't let any of the other kids leave.
Hostage.
They barricaded the door. I don't know what their end plan was or their end game. They hadn't worked out a list of demands. Or anything. They just wanted to look Mr. McDonald in the closet.
Got a hostage situation. Hey, number 8 is this. Just join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. Back out at the Royal Oaks Buffalo Wild Wings on Westheimer. Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings, a cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes on site. Stick around after the show. Watch the game. Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light. That's this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Royal Oaks. Up next, D'Amico Ryans. We talked about this earlier this week. It sounded like the praise of the offensive line after the Atlanta game and the mentioning of we need more missed tackles and we need to make guys miss, things like that, that the finger might be pointed at the running back position when it comes to the Texans' woes in the run game right now. D'Amico Ryans addressed that and Damian Pierce yesterday, and we'll hear from the Texans head coach next. Texas Star Grill Shop. I'm sorry, Berkeley Eye Center. Yeah, there we go, Berkeley Eye Center. Sorry about that, Ben.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you on a Thursday. Big story, the Astros win last night. They beat the Twins 3-1, and they are on to the ALCS. We'll talk more about the Astros in the next segment. The comparison of a culture of a team that's been to 7 straight ALCSs versus the comparison via audio of the culture of a team that's still trying to find its way out of the divisional round after not winning a playoff series for decades. So we'll get to that in the next segment. Here was D'Amico Ryans earlier this week on Monday when he was asked about the struggles with the Texans run game, specifically in the Atlanta game. Who did their job? Who needs work?
Yeah, when it comes to the run game, I think it's collective. It's all of us. I feel like our guys, they did a great job of blocking yesterday in the run game. And as we all know, the margin for error is slim in this league. So it's tight holes or guys, there's one guy in the hole. We have to be able to, make it guys. We have to, force some missed tackles there. But I think the guys blocked it well yesterday. We just have to stay after it, right? Encouraged with what we did up front yesterday from a run blocking standpoint and also in pass protection. So really proud of what the O-line is doing for us. We have to make explosives when we can. When it's there, it may be slim, but we have to make them pay.
All right, so I think there's a lot of interpretation of that cut, Seth, that the finger was kind of being pointed at the guys carrying the rocks. Well, it would have only been one guy in the last game, Dameon Pierce. Nobody else ran the ball out of the running back position. That was skewed more towards there needs to be some improvement at the running back position as opposed to the improvement being in the offensive line. Obviously, the offensive line needs to improve, but the finger seemed to be pointing more at the guy carrying the ball as opposed to the guys clearing lanes for that guy right now, the offensive line, right?
Yeah, and it was like without saying it distinctly, that's the way people read into it.
Yeah. So here was
and I would say, okay, since I know you're going to play the D'Amico stuff where he clarifies it. My opinion was that when you go through and you watch like each various breakdown, it's nobody ever wants to hear this, but it was multiple things. That can be encouraging because I didn't think there was necessarily one glaringly bad thing about it, but there were glaringly bad plays. And there were instances where Dameon Pierce didn't follow the blocking, where it was there, but there were also glaring instances where an offensive lineman got beat so bad that there was nothing for Dameon Pierce to follow. I think that for me, when D'Amico says, like, you just got to clean up multiple things, that's true, but none of them seem like insurmountable things to clean up. I do think that they're closer than it might feel.
All right, so here's D'Amico Ryans asked specifically about Dameon Pierce yesterday at his press conference.
Dameon is steady. All right, whatever he takes what he can get, he continues to work at it, and Damien's a hard worker. Right, he's dialed into the process of continuing to get better with what we're asking him to do with the football, and he keeps after it, stay after it, and those runs will come, right? Explosive runs. He had some versus Jacksonville, versus Pittsburgh. They're there. You just have to continue to stay after. We continue to block it well, run it well, and it'll pop through for us for sure.
I think one of the things, too, is a lot of people – there's been a lot of discussion about zone blocking scheme versus old school man blocking and what's better for Dameon Pierce. I do think that, I don't think that in the NFL he's as naturally suited to the zone blocking scheme, but good luck being in the NFL and not running any zone blocking. Like there's not a team out there that's not going to run any inside or outside zone at all. So you either are going to be able to do it at some points or you can't, but for what his steady diet needs to be, I think that maybe over the first 5 games they've started to realize what he and the offensive line are good at and what they might not be as good at in the play selection might start to be tweaked. There was like one of those, I know a lot of people said, oh, you can't be running to the right anymore because of those bad toss to the right. Well, okay, good luck not running to the right. You don't, listen, hey, everybody, I know you're concerned about Bobby Sloak's tendencies, but we're going to fix that by never running to the right, okay? Yeah, that'd be a great tendency to have. Just never run to the right. There was one play where, George Fant, the guy he was opposite, got pretty good penetration on him, but the blocking was still there for it to be a toss to the right. Mm-hmm. And if Dameon had followed the blocking, even with somebody in his face, if he had trusted the play, he actually could have gotten like 10, 15 yards on it. But he decided to cut back because George Fant had been kind of pushed into his face. But the blocking was still there. The read, if he's reading the defensive end, he's not seeing the defensive end's head. That means that you got to keep going. Like a lot of plays, you're just reading, do I see the defensive end's head in a gap? I'm going to go opposite of where that was. So that was a time where it might not have looked great from George Fant's perspective, but Dameon Pierce has got to just trust the play and get going. And it's a shame because Dameon is such a potential battering ram. It feels like there's times now where he's second-guessing his ability to be a battering ram. There's other times where the blocking is there, but there's one guy that he's got to beat in the hole. And there was a play in the first half where Pierce had a respectable gain on the play, but he almost just conceded contact. He just lowered his shoulder, and instead of delivering a blow or trying to cut, he just kind of absorbed the contact and he made another yard or two. But that just didn't quite seem like him. So I do think there's something with Dameon Pierce that's got to get a little crisper, and some of it's just got to be in understanding the value and ability of being trusting your first choice and being a battering ram in that direction.
Do you think we see more Devin Singletary? It's hard to see less Devin Singletary. He didn't touch the ball in the last game. But do you think we get back to where there's maybe a split that's a little skewed towards Pierce, where it's a multi-back thing? That was a strange distribution of carries against Atlanta.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility, and a lot of it just comes down to game flow, I think, and whichever packages they have in that game. I think that's what happened last week against the Falcons. What they were seeing defensively is kind of what they had, the packages they had for that. They'd planned to use Dameon Pierce, but I think that's what they end up tweaking. So it might change based on what the Saints do defensively. Mm-hmm. But I think the good part of Dameon right now has been that he is a genuine receiving option. And I think that does offset a lot of these other things. And maybe Dameon and focusing on the receiving part of the game, maybe that's superseded some of his mindset as a runner, and he just needs to find that balance.
The Texans made a signing earlier this week, yesterday. Jason Verrett signed to the practice squad, and some of you may be going, man, that name sounds familiar. Yeah, he's been around a long time. He's 30. He's in his early 30s now. He went to TCU. Was a very good player early in his career. Like, he was a Pro Bowl level player. But this dude, I mean, I'll get to his injury history in a second. But he played for D'Amico Ryans in San Francisco. So that's two San Francisco guys that they've signed off the street this week. Here is D'Amico Ryans on Jason Verrett.
It's nice adding Jason to the practice squad. I think he brings that veteran experience. Really, I mean, just an outstanding young man, first and foremost, just off the field. So it's great to have him in the building just from how to do it. How does a professional do it, right? And that's what Jason brings to us, but also just a very talented guy. He's had some ups and downs when it comes to the injuries, but when he's on and when he's healthy, right, he's probably one of the best corners that I've been around when it comes to playing sticky coverage, playing man coverage, smart player, can make plays on the football. So it's good to add him right to our practice squad and see what he can bring for us.
There's a website called draftsharks.com, and this was actually Greg Toohey actually sent this to me on Jason Verrett. Greg is Colin Cowherd's producer. He's from Houston. And this doesn't even – the list I'm about to read doesn't even include all the little bumps and bruises that force you to miss a game or 2 games or 3 games. Jason Verrett has had season-ending or season-altering injuries as follows. He's had 2 torn labrums. One he came into the league with, surgically repaired, and then he tore it again in 2017. He's had 3 ACL tears, 2016, 2017, and 2021.
All 3? And he's hurt his knee, all three of his knees. This is like Dan Campbell.
His dream.
Physiology.
Yep.
Multiple kneecaps.
That's right. And he's torn his Achilles twice, 2018 and 2022.
What the hell? Oh, my gosh. What?
Dude, it's a miracle this guy's even walking, let alone playing on a practice squad of an NFL football team.
He's had a bad stretch of luck, that's all, Sean.
Has he ever?
The Texans are going to there's one thing we know from the Texans, it's that there's no injury history too vast to try to bring that guy on. No matter what's happened to him in college or the NFL or what have you, bring him on in. He'll be just fine for a game or 2.
Dude, the way this cornerback room is right now, Jason Verrett might see the field. I could see him being one of the guys that gets elevated off the practice squad this week to get on the field.
He has an incredible head of hair.
Oh, does he?
Let me find this picture. I'd saved
Show it to me. Yeah.
And I'd also like I wonder what the end game is with him. Is it like a
feels like just a body. It's a body D'Amico's familiar with. I can't.
Right, but I mean, he's familiar with him. But like, do you even anticipate him? I guess it's just look, we've got issues. We need him just for one game at the very least.
Yeah. No, I think in the short term he could see the field. Like when you say end game, I think a little longer term. Like like if you're asking me, like in Week 18, is he a prominent part of this secondary? Only if they're ravaged by injury, I would guess. That is a beautiful head of hair. Wow. I take it all back. I take it all back. No, he's going into the Ring of Honor.
I would honestly think those are extensions.
Who cares?
There's no way in hell they're extensions. They're notable enough that I think that he's inaccurately been used for Richard Sherman. It's weird when I Googled him in photo, all these Richard Sherman photos also come up. So I feel like the
it's a little
dumbass
suspect.
photo editors at times have found a picture of Jason Verrett and been like, oh, that must be Richard Sherman with his long hair. There you go. The defensive back with long hair, and they put him out there.
Suspect photo editors, I would say.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. A little Texans update for you. Jason Verrett, oft injured. He's on the practice squad. So the Astros beat the Minnesota Twins. Carlos Correa has compared the Twins and where they are right now to where the Astros were back in 2015. If that's the case, Rocco Baldelli's got some work to do on the culture with the Twins, I would say, based on how he's treating one particular aspect of this series. And we will let you hear that, and we'll let you hear Alex Bregman on the same aspect. You can compare and contrast. We do that next. West Point.
Chevrolet. Their Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
7 straight ALCSs for the Houston Astros. It is a great day. It's a great time to be a Houston Astros fan. Minnesota Twins get bumped 3-1 by the Astros. And look, I think the seeds had been planted. I think the hint was there when you saw the press conferences following Game 3. Game 3, of course, the afternoon game where you watched the game you saw. There were shadows on the baseball field that impacted the view of the baseball coming out of the pitcher's hands. How do each of these teams handle that as a source of adversity? Well, let's take a listen. Here was Rocco Baldelli, the Twins manager, and this was his assessment of the shadows.
Because the game times that we have right now and our ballpark make it very difficult to see the ball and to put a lot of good swings on the ball in a row.
Huh.
That's a strange thing to say in a game where how many runs did the Astros score?
They scored 9 in that game.
9 runs.
Yeah, 9.
Were those all on wild pitches or something?
No, they hit
Sean?
4 home runs, several tape measure shots. Yeah.
Was that? That's odd.
Let me
that's
check.
A strange.
Hang on.
It's a strange thing to claim about a baseball park when the opponent just scored 9 runs.
Yeah.
That it made it. If I were to listen to Rocco there and guess the score, I would have thought it was like a 1-0.
Right.
Or maybe at most a 2-1 or something based on a lot of walks. Yeah.
Aaron Boone vibes. You said that earlier. I like that. That's the
felt
shadows.
Very much. Yeah.
Shadows are to Baldelli what Minute Maid Park roof was to Aaron Boone, right?
Aaron Boone in discussing, in a lot of ways similar, because Aaron Boone trying to present some excuse for Aaron Judge not hitting a home run because the roof was open. Well, meanwhile, the team that just beat you has 2 power hitting lefties themselves.
Yep.
That somehow the team with 2 power hitting lefties wasn't affected by the roof being open, but somehow you were at a disadvantage because of it.
It is one of the dumbest things you can do is complain or use something as an excuse that universally everybody else involved in a situation has to deal with as well.
Right.
There's 2 teams playing there.
Yeah, you know what? And the thing is, I like Baldinelli. I kind of, he and Dusty seem to have a nice cordial relationship and all that. And he hasn't been one bit hateable or punchable. Like the Twins on the whole were not a very punchable team. I couldn't muster up the hatred for them. Give it time. If they end up seeing them multiple times or something, we'll figure out reasons to hate them. But the problem with that, and this is what Rocco Baldelli might learn over time, is that sometimes you can speak an excuse into existence. You have to acknowledge challenges, and you have to figure out a way to manage those challenges, but just flat out making the statement that it's really hard to see the ball and that's why you didn't have production. You're just giving yourself an excuse in advance. They probably had the same discussion beforehand instead of going to work and figuring out how you're going to address it, which the Astros certainly did.
Yep. This is Alex Bregman addressing that very thing. He was asked a question about the shadows after Game 3. Here is what an accountable, high-level culture player says when confronted with that question.
As best you can you explain the issues that the shadows cause here and the blown out backdrop when the sun splashed?
No excuses. You got to go out and execute. Shadows, but you got to execute. It's the playoffs. Nobody feels bad. You need the job done.
Shadows. He just dismissed. He almost acted like it was a stupid question.
Well,
that's how far apart they are. Rocco Baldelli is bringing it up on his own. Whereas Bregman is like, shadows. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
And after the game on FS1, he had said that, you know what their answer was? Oh, can't see the fastball? All right, we're just not gonna swing at fastballs. oh gosh. Was that an option? I didn't even know that was an option.
I kind of wish
Baldelli's in there oh my god, not swinging at the pitches you can't see. Oh my gosh, it's rocket science.
I kind of wish he hadn't said anything. Trade
you know
secrets.
There are a lot of simple things in life that you can talk about all day long, and people aren't going to adopt them just because it's hard to do the simple things sometimes. Like that simple answer, just don't just lay off the fastballs. Well, that does. There's a lot that goes into that, including identifying fastball coming out of the pitcher's hand versus others. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. My favorite is always leg days. Like, I will talk up and down all day long about the key to my 10-year NFL career, I was psychotically obsessed with lifting my legs heavy all through the season. Like, through the end of the year, I was still lifting my legs heavy, and it was like I was on steroids because of it. I could talk about that all day long, and most kids simply aren't going to do it because it's too hard. It's hard to do. It's like playing full court press in basketball. Oof. You can talk about it all day long and how effective it is, but good luck getting your kids to do it effectively for an entire game.
I get tired just hearing those full court press. Text message, Correa, Coach, if you don't know the facts, shut the bleep up.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut
Go ahead, Carlos, go tell Baldelli that.
I went back and listened to that entire interview that Carlos Correa did, in which he gave that soundbite yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to grab just that soundbite also for myself. I needed the video. It was 7 minutes long, the interview he did.
Yeah.
It was 7 minutes of him with a hodgepodge of little questions by who
Ken
was
Rosenthal.
Ken Rosenthal.
Yep.
And Rosenthal had his facts wrong a little bit. Like, Ken Rosenthal hadn't. It was really amazing, like, how few people read that entire report. Because Rosenthal said, well, Carlos, you guys were cheating in 2018. And Carlos was like, no, that was all the front office.
It was the code breaker.
Anything about code breaker. Yeah. And like, that was, like, honestly, one of the reasons I wanted to watch that was I watched that before yesterday's game because there was no way in hell I was going to put a hex on Carlos if it went to Game 5.
Right. Oh,
really? It wasn't.
Okay.
Carlos standing up for
now we know
the guys who didn't cheat on the team.
Yeah.
Carlos just standing up for the team in general and basically saying multiple times in that interview he did what some jackass baseball writers still don't acknowledge. Multiple times in that interview he acknowledged, hey, it was bad. We shouldn't have done it. This, that, the other thing. But we're not going to sit here and let you just flat out lie about us. We're not going to sit here and let you just make things up out of thin air. And it was a brilliant interview because Carlos was very, very heated, but Rosenthal asked him some questions that easily could have tripped him up because he was heated.
Dude.
And he never bid on any debate. It was really good.
I watched it 2 days ago also to pull some of the audio for the segment we did about heel Carlos yesterday. I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing again because it's riveting. It's a great interview. And Carlos is really good. My big takeaway, to your point, he was like an attorney. Like, he was ready to go, man. Like, he had answers to everything in that interview.
Yeah, and Rosenthal, the one point where Rosenthal got really annoying was when he's like, well, because Carlos addressed the buzzer and how there was no buzzer. And Rosenthal was like, well, can't you see why they would think that maybe you were wearing a buzzer? Which is different than, like, being suspicious of someone is different than actually having evidence on which to base it. And I think a lot of baseball writers at that point in time were like, they didn't realize they'd been duped by the story of Carlos Beltran's niece. Like, that's how stupid people are about
buzzers,
fake Twitter accounts at times. That all started with a fake Carlos Beltran's niece Twitter account or Reddit account, whoever it was. And just the same way that the quarterback was rumored to be going number 1 overall and based on a fake Reddit account this spring.
I'm going to put up a poll, Seth, of a question we did earlier in the show. If they have an MVP, if they had an MVP of the ALDS, which Astro would you vote for? And the choices I'm giving are Yordan Alvarez, Jose Abreu, and other. Because I don't think there's anybody, like, to me, it's a two-man race in this thing. Like, I suppose you could take maybe either Javier or Verlander or both and put them in there because they both pitched 5-6 really good innings, 4-out innings in key games. But I think it comes down to Yordan, Abreu, and then other. And I say if other, then reply with who. Explain why somebody other than one of these two. Because these two guys, Yordan Alvarez and Jose Abreu, wrecked the Twins this series.
I feel like Abreu, not that you should take the backstory into account, I suppose. Even though any of these MVP awards, usually the criteria are whatever you want. I think Abreu and his backstory of the season and everything that led up to this point, and the fact that he, over the course of the last 5 to 6 weeks, has transformed himself into much more the version of the old Abreu. I think it's got to be Abreu.
Yep.
I think that, and this is a situation where I think Jordan would wholeheartedly endorse Abreu for this as well.
Yes, I think so too.
What about defensive MVP?
For this, that's like we're doing a J.J. Watt thing.
I would say, well, between Pena and Maldonado.
It's Pena. To me, it's Pena. The double play. No, it's Pena.
The hatred is strong in this one.
The double play. No. I've laid off of Maldi. I am at the back of the Maldi train right now as far as being like criticizing him. Pena's double play on that the Hunter Brown inning when it was 6-1 Astros in Game 3 was a massive double play. Like, if he does not make that play and they turn that double play, it is a 6-3 game with runners on first and third, 1 out, and the tying run at the plate. He got them out of the inning still up 6-1 after 6 innings. That was maybe the biggest defensive play of the series.
The tag out yesterday was a beautiful play too. The one thing with Maldonado is that again, this is where I think the Astros would never complain about having too much rest, because I don't think Maldonado would have made half those stops he made in games 1, 2, and 3. There were some balls in the dirt that I think would have eluded him in previous series that he was really good at this series. So, but yeah, I would go with Pena as well.
Yep. All right, heading into the 9 o'clock hour, let's circle back to the Astros. They are on their way, 7th consecutive ALCS. What were the key moments yesterday? More importantly, what are the biggest developments from this ALDS that make you feel like we could be having our third parade in 7 years? That is next. But first, give it to me, Ben. Yeah, there we go. Not too long. I don't want people to drive off the road. That's me snoring right there.
being in this situation for the first time. And they probably won't have enough time or energy to really get offended by Dusty Baker talking about going back to the World Series again for what would be the 5th time in 7 years. But yeah, they'll take note of it, I'm sure.
Do you think they're using it? Do you think the guys in our position up there, our peers up there on the radio, are taking notice of that Dusty Baker? I know I would if the Astros are getting ready to play somebody and they're like, no, save it for the World Series. Screw these guys.
No, they know they're a trap game. Okay. I think they're like saying like, yeah, I mean, we're a trap game and we know it, but we're a trap series. So they're probably just thinking like, listen, we don't want anybody to bring up how much we were celebrating our division championship back around the All-Star break. So we're just gonna leave all that to the side and maybe just talk about the Cowboys more.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
The Astros really need to win this series. I just think back to when I think it was Sean and RJ up on our sister station up there that we were doing a crosstalk with before the Texans played the Cowboys last year. Yeah. And I think it was me. I brought up the fact that, well, in the preseason we talked to Davis Mills, and they jumped right into the middle of the sentence like, wow, how did you get Davis Mills on the stage? It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny.
That's right.
But it was a little bit of like, we're up here and y'all down here kind of thing. I feel like baseball-wise, we at the very least need to get the job done here and not just beat the Rangers, but embarrass the Rangers.
Well, the whole an expression they use all the time up there in Dallas, Sean, all hat, no cattle. That's very much what the Rangers, the Cowboys, whomever it might be, at any given time. That's a lot of like what the Cowboys are right now. Yeah, the Cowboys have a lot they could potentially lord over the Texans from a football front, and yet ultimately there's nothing that stings quite as much as unfulfilled expectations. And right now, the Cowboys are very much looking like that team that could end up with a really good regular season record. But how on earth are they going to beat the San Francisco 49ers or the Arizona Cardinals of the world?
Right.
So it's a matter of trajectory, I
like it.
There's a lot of times somebody in middle management feels better about their life than somebody who's up in the executive suites because that guy's been bucked down or his pay isn't what it used to be or something. And I think that's where the Texans are on a football front. On a baseball front, the Astros they're still up there in the executive suite. The Rangers are striving, and yet ultimately they know in their very hearts that they will blow it the same way they blew their lead in the division this year.
That would be nice. That really would be nice because they've been great in the postseason so far. They haven't lost yet, right? I mean, they swept the Orioles, they swept the wild card, so they're playing good baseball right now. Was there a particular moment in last night's game for you that felt exceptionally large? A 3-2 game. There's so many twists and turns along the way.
I thought when they brought Buxton in, it felt too much like a storybook moment. It felt too much like this is the spot and this is the time where they'll be talking about it 20 years from now when Buxton comes in, hasn't played in months, and just in that environment cranks one out of the park, which still wouldn't have been enough for the go-ahead, but it would have been a pretty cool moment. I went from texting you that it was a panic move to being really nervous about it as soon as I hit send on that text. I thought about trying to edit or delete it.
The Abreu home run, obviously, just purely statistically, was a monster moment. It provided the winning runs. I thought in terms of just the ebb and flow of the game, Hector Neris coming in and striking out Max Kepler to end the 6th. He came in with guys on base. Urquidy got taken out with 2 outs in the 6th, and Neris came, and then Neris pitched in the 7th inning as well. He came back out for the 7th inning. But I thought Neris getting out of the 6th inning there, striking out Kepler, was big, especially because Neris was awful earlier in this series. He gave up all those runs in Game 1 back on Saturday afternoon. He allowed them back in that Verlander start on Saturday afternoon. So it's good to see him get his legs under him again.
One of our listeners says that they listened to Sean and RJ this morning and said that they were saying that they wanted no part in playing Houston. They would have preferred the Twins.
Okay, well, that's just smart. Me too. Yeah. That's what I rather.
The problem is, for any of the faults of the Astros this year, the problem is now everything on paper is looking the way it looked going into the season.
Yeah.
Not exactly, not a carbon copy. Obviously, Verlander wasn't even there. But going into the season, why the Astros were such an overwhelming favorite to win the World Series by so many prognosticators was that, okay, look, the pitching is outstanding, and then just look at that lineup. Lo and behold, in the playoffs, we've seen, oh, wow, look at that. They're 4 starters, the 4 starters that you need. Like, you feel really good about those 4 starters. With maybe a little bit of an asterisk next to Framber still. But, like, especially from the outside, because we still know the issues that Javier and Urquidy had and that could plague them potentially. But then the lineup is just so formidable that, yeah, if you're looking at that, if you're genuinely looking at it objectively and you look at the way the Astros played according to plan and the way it would look on paper, that's an intimidating bunch.
Yeah, I think the biggest change for me, Seth, as an Astros fan over the just in thinking through what the texter was saying about the guys up in Dallas saying they want no part of the Astros, I understand it. And I think this is the most clutch team that I've ever rooted for in my 5 decades plus of watching sports. And I think maybe the biggest change for me from earlier on with the World Series with the Astros is I actually used to care who won the other series from a matchup standpoint. Like I root against the Dodgers because I hate the Dodgers and I hate their fans. Like, so that yeah. I had a dog in the fight in that one. I wasn't rooting against the Dodgers to get them out of the way like the Astros can't beat the Dodgers or something. I was rooting against them because their fan base is a bunch of jerks when it comes to not being able to turn the page. But like early on with the first, like back in 17 and 18 and 19, I would watch the ALDS going, all right, man, it'd be nice if so-and-so could knock the Red Sox out of the American, when the Red Sox won like 110 games that year. Boy, it'd be nice if they could knock them out. And even when the Astros were at their peak, like, oh boy, it'd be not like when, and we got what we wished for in 2019. Boy, it'd be nice if the Nationals could knock out whoever that might have been the Dodgers, knock them out and get them out of there. And then you get the 93-win Nationals in the World Series. They end up winning. I've stopped caring who wins the other series from a standpoint of, this is going to be a harder matchup for the Astros because the Astros are the big bad wolf. They are the team that everybody else, their fan bases, maybe even those clubhouses, are nervous that they have to face because they, 95% of the time, come through in these big situations.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, is when you get into the 7-game series especially, you realize that, man, nothing goes according to plan. That there's always your pitching, your incredible record-breaking pitching is going to let you down at some point. Yeah. Your incredible record-breaking bats are going to let you down at some point. So there's a certain, and I think that's one of the places in which the experience really helps the Astros out so much. It becomes an unfair advantage. This is how the Patriots were in the playoffs for years. They had so many key performers that just wouldn't panic. So I think that when things don't go according to plan, the Astros have been there and done that already and understand it as like as a matter of faith that it's going to come from somewhere at some point.
Yep.
And the panic is just so big in baseball more so than any other sport. That panic, that little bit of sphincter tightening or that the butterflies in your stomach at the wrong moment, I think that the Astros just have that controlled a lot better than others. One of our listeners says that the big moment for them was when Correa flew out to center field, because that was like that was another moment. Correa hitting a home run in that moment would have been a storybook moment, and then Correa had a hell of a series up to that point. Broke his helmet after that. That was when he broke his helmet afterwards,
I think
right?
so, yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, Correa thought it was a pretty big moment too. He broke his freaking helmet.
Okay, well, as long as you're in a mode where you're acknowledging potential storybook moments, how nervous were you then that Presley was going to put a runner on in the 9th inning that would have allowed Carlos Correa to come to the plate as the potential winning run? How nervous? The series ended with Carlos in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about, like, Presley. I know, like, it wasn't the same type of feel as when Montero was up there, but Presley, I thought it was very evident that his control was there right from the get-go. So I never got super nervous or anything about Presley in that moment. I had the confidence in him.
He went to 3 balls on those guys.
I know. Okay, but you got to remember, Sean, this is where I am. I have zero shame over this. When I get to those last 2 innings of a closeout game, This goes back to the 2017 World Series. In my mind, It's over, and everybody's going to strike out. I don't care if the Astros play. If the Astros were striking out, I didn't care. I didn't care one bit. I'm like, just get to the end of the damn thing. We're right there. Just finish this thing as fast as possible. And, like, I was still in that mode with Presley. He was annoying me that it was taking more than 3 pitches to get people out. And yet I still, in my mind, it had all been set up that guys were just going to get mowed down.
How about the pitch where his foot got caught in the rubber or something, and he almost ends up doing like a handstand out on the mound, where he kind of tripped up there, and he had to land it on both hands, and he's
okay.
He's
You're
limping
right.
around.
You're right. That was the moment. You're right. You're 100% right. That was the moment. And you're sitting there, and it's like he's only faced 2 batters.
Yeah.
So, like, what are you going to do? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was tricky, man.
So if he goes out after only facing 2 batters with an injury, then he can't play the next game, can he?
Oh no! Well, if they take they can take him out of the game
because of injury.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you can remove a pitcher. Yeah, like, what do you mean?
Like, you got to face 3 batters. All right.
No. Oh yeah. Oh, you got to. Yes, injury. Okay, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I forgot about the 3 batter rule. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I was thinking more about at that moment, Seth. I was thinking more about the guy they would have to bring in, who is coming in cold out of the book, because they're not warming anybody up, I'm assuming. Now, if the pitcher leaves because of injury, whoever comes in can get as many warm-ups as he wants. That's a good question, the 3 batter rule with an injury.
Somebody had asked, did y'all see Carlos Correa with a back brace? I think it was a funny look when they showed him, and you see he's working at Home Depot or something. He's got his I think that's just, he keeps, he does all those things to keep his back from locking up.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's just heat that he keeps on it. Between innings or something. That's one lesson he learned back from when he was injury prone was he's got a long list of things he does to his back, including non-rib breaking massage therapy, presumably.
God, I wasn't even thinking about the 3 batter rule when Presley went down. That's messing with me now. I was just thinking more about, like, okay, who do you bring in now, Montero or Stanek? I guess, had they used Abreu yet? I can't remember. But yeah, I guess. Wow.
He broke his helmet after lining out to Pena.
Oh, yeah, Pena robbed him. Yes, that was good. Turnabout is fair play after Carlos.
That big. And I know a lot of listeners were upset with this too. When Pena made that tag out, like AJ Przinsky trying to basically stick up for the base runner more so than acknowledge the greatness of the play by Pena, by saying, as you could say about any defensive play ever, well, if it was 2 feet to the left or right, that play doesn't get made. Yeah, no, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that brilliance. Are you a physicist? I never would have realized that there was a combination of skill and luck involved in any great defensive play.
Dude, I know. Like, why would you bring that up in a baseball game where everything is a game of inches? That's silly. All right. So my favorite Minnesota-based story was the Astros beating the Twins last night. My second favorite one, because when you spend a week visiting the Minnesota newspapers to get the opponent's view on things, you come across some stories. My second favorite Minnesota story involves a female cop, a speeding ticket, and OnlyFans. That is next.
Ooh, good. That sounds fascinating. If you've had a visit with the cops lately and it wasn't your fault, maybe you've been in an accident and somebody else was at fault, but you got injured, you need compensation. You've got enough on your head and your brain and your mind to worry about how you're going to get that compensation. That's why you go to Mokaram Law, because they make it as simple as possible to get the process going. They understand that, look, they are not focused on presenting like this huge fancy lifestyle with a lawyer up in his private jets and everything else, making it about himself. They keep it about you, and they make it super simple and easy to get on board. 24 hours a day. If you up at 3 a.m. this morning and think, okay, I gotta start this process, call Mokaram Law. They'll make it simple. 281-222-2222. Call Mokaram Law 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they will help get you started. They'll come pick you up to bring you to your first consultation. They can do it via Zoom. They can come to your place. Whatever it takes as you're trying to balance all of these other complications that have entered your life through no fault of your own. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. 281-222.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So it's one of those things when you have your favorite team and they're in a playoff series with another team. I know you do this, Seth. You go to the newspapers or the websites of the opposition just to do a little, behind enemy lines kind of scouting thing. See what the vibe is, see what the opinions are over on the other side of things. So the St. Paul Pioneer Press and some of the TV stations of Minnesota, that's just part of the process of doing this job to get both perspectives. And in the process, you come across stories that are local to that particular metropolitan area. My favorite Minnesota story is Astros knock Twins out of playoffs. That's my number one story. My number two story is about a Minneapolis driver who got a serious eyeful of a cop who pulled him over. And he recognized this particular cop, female cop, recognized her as an OnlyFans model who's been having sex online. And now the Minneapolis PD is kind of probing into this for any conduct violations. What are the odds? This female officer pulls over this guy last week. You're going to hear some audio from him in a second. Kind of modulated audio, right, Ben? Were you able to kind of massage this audio at all to kind of bring the sound up a little bit?
A little bit.
Okay. So we'll do our best. But Fox 9 in Minneapolis is the outlet that had this story first. The female officer pulls over this guy, and this particular perp, the ticket getter, told Fox 9 in Minneapolis that after about 10 minutes, the cops started to look familiar, and he realized, oh, yeah, I've been following her on OnlyFans the last few months. So here is Fox 9 with that story.
The man spoke to us on the condition of anonymity.
We was doing a little talking and checking, as brothers, we was like, man, she got her OnlyFans. I'm on her OnlyFans page.
He knew that the 4th Precinct officer was someone that he had been following for 5 months on OnlyFans. He says he's seen her explicit photos and watched her have sex.
You gotta go to the VIP and you get to see the videos of her and her I guess husband or whoever that is. They do full sex videos.
We are not yet naming the officer, but it appears she's been running the site that offers porn, customized videos, among other things, for some time. The police chief says he is investigating to see if MPD policy was violated. Meanwhile, the man who recognized her says he can't quite look at her the same.
Because you can't arrest me no more. I've seen your private parts.
He says being a cop and an OnlyFans model really just doesn't mix.
I wouldn't want her to be arrested me, and I just saw you and your husband last night for $29.99 having sex on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I just can't respect that. I wouldn't respect you or the precinct that you work for.
Okay.
I feel like there's a disconnect. I feel like two things can be true. He could maybe not respect her as an authority figure because he's seen her on OnlyFans, but that she is still indeed allowed to arrest him.
I don't know
whether or not she
that.
This is one thing I've noticed about the legal system. Whether or not the criminal or alleged criminal respects the officer, it's generally inconsequential as to whether or not the officer can. Hence, at various times, cops being called pigs or whatever else. Like, right. It's like, I can't. You can't arrest me. You're a pig. Yeah.
The best line in that whole thing. The best line in the whole thing. You can't arrest me. I've seen your private parts.
You can't arrest me no more. I've seen your private parts.
That doesn't work that way.
She was like, damn. It's right there in the Miranda, isn't it?
Forgot about it.
You have the right to remain silent and or
Chapter 2.
Veto this arrest based on OnlyFans.
Chapter 2, Section A, Paragraph 4 reads,
you can't arrest me no more. I've seen your private parts.
That's right.
If you were to... I always think about this a lot. I try to put myself in the place of somebody from like the 1800s who got brought in a time machine to present day.
Yeah.
What would be the most alarming? Like, what would be the most immediately strange thing? Like for me, a lot of the technological stuff. I think you wouldn't even really necessarily grasp at first, so it wouldn't be as alarming as driving at 90 miles per hour on the highway or something like that. Like if you put somebody from the 1800s in a car going 70 on the highway, and it's going to freak them the hell out. But it was nudity was so much less accessible back in the day.
It was.
So, like, even I think before you even got through the technological side of it, if you showed somebody from the 1800s a cop on an OnlyFans page, their mind will be blown to smithereens so quickly. Not to mention, like, first, okay, it's a female cop, you see. But also, she's naked right there for you, you see. And you're seeing her. No, don't look behind the screen. She's not that's not actually a tiny little cop. That's an actual full-size woman somewhere else.
I wonder if she, on her OnlyFans page, I have not been able to find out who this woman is. I wonder if
despite hours of research on I got you, Sean.
Yep.
You're a worker. You're a worker.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I want everybody to get the full story. I'm doing it for the audience. I wonder if she does the thing on there, like strippers do sometimes where they show up in like role play, like in costumes. Like I wonder if she starts as a cop and then when she's getting down to business, all the cop stuff is gone, It
seems like a lot of times with stuff like this when there is no protocol necessarily, because I'm guessing most precincts don't have like an OnlyFans protocol built into it. A lot of it depends on how open they are. Like they got to be sure that they're not commingling at all. That you're not trying, like you're not doing it in your uniform or something like that. So I wonder.
Probably not. She probably just goes. I admire, like she probably, I would imagine, dresses her. Well, not dresses is the wrong word. She probably looks a lot different on her OnlyFans than she does in her police outfit. I'm guessing she's got her hair pulled up or whatever in the police outfit.
Has a wig on or something.
Yeah, maybe. She might need to.
Is that acceptable?
Right? Yeah.
Feels dishonest to me wearing a wig on OnlyFans.
Do you think she should get fired over this, Seth? If you were the head of police in Minneapolis, would you discipline her in any way, shape, or form?
It's a tough one. I think my gut tells me, I don't want to sound too puritanical here. I would think if for men or women, I mean, they're not doing anything illegal.
Right.
They're doing things that would violate what might be like my moral boundary for what a cop be doing, and yet they're not doing anything illegal whatsoever. I'd have a hard time. I would say no. I guess no, but as long as they were using a pseudonym and everything, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't want it to be anything. I guess the big problem is, okay, whether do they? I don't know.
Yeah, I would say no, and it's because cops don't make enough money. Like if you have a lot of cops have a side hustle,
I would rather have her doing an OnlyFans than like working 40 extra hours off duty at a club somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Where like it might have to turn a blind eye to some illegal activity or something. Yeah.
Dude, this guy picking her out from the OnlyFans. I do not subscribe to any OnlyFans pages, but my feeling is that if you do, I'm not judging you if you do. But I feel like if you do, like there's probably nobody that subscribes to just one OnlyFans. I feel like you either subscribe to 0 or like 15 of them,
How much did he say it was a month? $29.99.
$29.99, yeah. So she must be doing some good stuff on there. She must be doing the Lord's work on that OnlyFans.
Who has an OnlyFans page is that Cash Me Outside girl from a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
She was like the sassy teenager that didn't respect her mom on the Dr. Phil show.
Yeah.
And she had Catch Me Outside. Basically, catch me outside, we're going to fight. Like she's got an OnlyFans page now that apparently she claims she's made $50 million on it. And I only know because the Sunday Conversation on Barstool is something that I just started. Like it came across my YouTube shorts.
Right.
And it's hilarious. He basically does these interviews kind of like Between Two Ferns, Zach Galifianakis type of interview where he's being just a complete ass to these people he's interviewing, but they're in on the joke. Except I don't know if Cash Me Outside girl is capable of being in on the joke. She seems like the most burnt out person I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, like just can't understand basic questions. And yet she's made $50 million supposedly.
Yeah, thank you. Supposedly. Yeah, allegedly.
Well, okay, 30. I could see. I mean, you can do some of these Patreons and everything.
Yeah.
When people have a Patreon account, you know how much it costs for a monthly subscription, and it says how many subscribers they have, and you're like, all right, this guy's doing all right.
That's true. It is easy to reverse engineer the math on that. That is true. Someone says on the text page, 7792, I blame the poor pay for officers. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like you're a police officer, you got to go do a side hustle, and nobody's getting hurt in this. Nobody's getting hurt. Quite the opposite. There's people deriving pleasure from it.
So if Cash Me Outside
She's
girl,
a saint.
If she had 138,888 subscribers, paying a monthly fee of $30 a month, then she could make $50 million a year in that instance. So let's say if she had, if she only had like 45,000 subscribers over the course of 3 years, she could make $50 million.
Yeah.
I'd buy it.
Okay. Is that what she goes by now? Does she still go by Cash Me Outside Girl? Does she have a name?
No, she said she wants to be known as $50 Million Girl.
Did she really?
Yeah, which is less catchy than Cash Me Outside.
I know. Plus, we don't know who you are. Hey, Cash Me Outside, you know who you are. That's Brandon. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We're getting a lot of feedback on this.
What's the majority? What do most people say? What are most people saying on the text line when it comes to would they or would they not allow her to keep her job as a cop?
There's a WTF. She's just a business girl. I blame the poor pay for officers. There's somebody who says that the guy who got the speeding ticket sounds like Dusty Baker.
That's why he had to disguise his voice.
Right, yeah. And maybe this happened when the Astros got to Minneapolis on Friday. Who knows? Play it one more time, Ben.
You can't arrest me no more. I've seen your private parts.
Okay, maybe like a modulated.
Maybe that's why he doesn't respect Chas McCormick.
I've seen his private parts.
I've seen his private parts. I can't put him out there at center field.
You can't play center field anymore. I've seen your private parts.
You can't arrest me no more. I've seen your private parts. I bet that's the first time that sentence has ever been uttered. That dude is that's an original right there.
Oh, man, that is beautiful. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We'll circle back to the Astros. I did put up a poll for who should the MVP of the ALDS be if they were to give one out. They don't give them out for the divisional series. They should. I think it'd be nice if they did. People voting on that on my Twitter page. I'll tell you who's winning that. Also, we get to do a little compare and contrast. We have been in a bad place quarterback-wise the last few years. We're now in a great place, and the guy who used to be here is hated in his town. And we will let you hear that. We'll wind things up with that next.
You know who's loved in this? For 3 generations, Kirk Holmes.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we got some things we got to get to here between now and in the loop. Let's start with let's do a little quarterback check here. I feel like for the first time in a long time, we feel great about the quarterback situation. We'll get to the Texans situation in just a second. As we check in on Deshaun Watson, former Houston Texan quarterback, who's now the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, when he chooses to be. He had a shoulder injury a few weeks ago. He was medically cleared to play in Week 4 against the Ravens. He chose not to. His coach, Kevin Stefanski, said, Seth, Deshaun chose not to play. He left it up to him. He knows his body better than anybody.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So, Deshaun, who once took a bus to Jacksonville because he couldn't fly because he was playing with a bruised lung.
Yep.
You figure, okay, that guy, tough, gritty, all that, but chose not to play now for 3 weeks. Well, there was a bye week sandwiched in between, but it looks like now 2 out of the last 3 weeks when given an opportunity to play, he's not going to play.
Yeah, didn't play in Week 4, bye week in Week 5. They've got San Francisco coming to town.
San Francisco, you say.
On Sunday. Last time, I'm told that they're a very physical defense. Even without DeMeco Ryans there, I'm told that they like to swarm still, and there's a kill zone.
You mean mass numbers of people deciding that Dak Prescott is finally and officially the worst quarterback who ever lived, basically because he paid the 49ers?
Yeah.
That one? Okay, yeah. Which, by the way, I'll stick up for Dak Prescott on that regard, but that's a side topic. But yeah, there's I could see somebody maybe trying to duck out of that one.
Maybe. He ducked out of practice yesterday, Deshaun Watson did. He sat out practice. They're killing everyone in Cleveland right now. They're killing Deshaun for obvious reasons. Andrew Berry is taking some for their botch. Andrew Berry, the GM, yeah, he's taking some because their backup is P.J. Walker of Houston Roughnecks fame. So they've got a former
the MVP of the damn league.
Okay, like they're up there. They're like, okay, so this is our backup situation. It was Dorian Thompson-Robinson, a 5th-round rookie last week, and now he's hitting the bricks, and now we're throwing P.J. Walker in there.
Dude, you know what? Those damn hypocrites up there. Last I knew, during training camp, Dorian DTR there was the second coming of Tony Romo. Right. He's going to be this guy, this undrafted dude that shows up out of nowhere. But where was he drafted? 5th round?
5th round, yep.
5th round, yeah.
Yep. UCLA.
So he would have been the next Tom Brady, basically.
Right. So our sister station, 92.3 The Fan, their afternoon show, Nick Wilson is their host in the afternoon. As a service to his listeners and to Browns fans everywhere, he unveiled this at the beginning of his show yesterday.
Yesterday on the show, we resigned ourselves to the fact that Watson Watch is something we're going to be on. I mean, honestly, even when he comes back from injury, we're going to be on Watson Watch. So we're making it an official, fully blown thing every day, starting the show with an update.
Did Deshaun Watson practice today? No. We are all gonna die. It's Watson Watch on Afternoon Drive.
I just got to hear him. I got to hear this part.
So Deshaun Watson did not practice today. Keith, what you got there?
You think I was a little bit overproduced?
No, not at all.
That was funny to me. No, of course not. We are all gonna die.
There's the insult to injury up there for Browns fans, and I feel for them. I genuinely do. Is that there's a little bit of a morality tax there that you've already paid, and if you're going to pay an extra tax, you want to be sure that you're getting some kind of something in return.
Yeah.
It was like with Roberto Osuna for a lot of Astros fans. You felt like, all right, well, hey, I support my team, and I'm not happy about this, but fine. And, at least the Astros did you the honor of being a competitive baseball team, whereas the Browns right now are doing nothing but showing signs of giving the Texans a damn fine selection in the draft this next season.
Boy, I hope so. I hope that is the case. So that's where Deshaun Watson is with his current fan base. It's really a shock that Deshaun Watson and all of his Ferraris and his $2,000 sweaters and everything he posts on Instagram, his numerous global international trips that he takes, it's really hard to believe that with all of that and him sitting out with a shoulder injury he's been medically cleared to play with, that he's not connecting with the blue-collar fan base in Northern Ohio. That's just, I find that shocking.
He did it. It was like he wanted to go out on a high note. He had that one promising good performance. And
drop the mic.
Yeah. Still hasn't. Has he thrown for 300 yards yet? It was a good performance. Yeah, still has yet to throw for 300 yards.
Nope. You know
which isn't usually yardage is overblown unless you're getting paid $200 million over the course of 8 or 9 games. You would expect it at least once. At least once you would just stumble into a 300-yard passing performance.
You know who's done it twice now during the same footprint as Deshaun Watson's Cleveland Browns career? C.J. Stroud. That's who. C.J. Stroud's thrown for 300 yards twice so far in the first 5 games of his NFL career, and he's come close a couple other times. Here is D'Amico Ryans yesterday on where C.J. Stroud is right now.
For me, where C.J. is I'm pleased with where he is now. You know, don't go in with any expectations of like where is he? Is he ahead of schedule, behind schedule? Right now, he's playing great football for us, and that's where we want him to be. He's doing really great things of leading our offensive unit. He's doing great things, as I talked about, protecting the football. So where he is, just as a player, as a leader for our team, he's right on track to where he needs to be.
I think the biggest difference, if you're looking at Deshaun Watson and C.J. Stroud in their rookie seasons, and I'm not doing this to pile on Deshaun or anything, but I think like Deshaun and his early success, a lot of it was very much of the improvisational variety, or in the Bengals game, his first start, he used his legs very effectively to basically clinch a victory in that game. But you could tell that he was still very raw in some respects and was very much going to be a work in progress. And to his credit, Deshaun made a lot of progress over the course of his first 3 seasons. He became a guy that looked like he was gonna be able to execute the Bill O'Brien offense pretty well. You know, have the whole playbook at his disposal up at the line of scrimmage. But his rookie year, he did not look like that guy at all. Whereas with CJ, it's the opposite. I mean, he's been able to improvise. He's been able to extend plays with his legs more so than people thought before the Georgia game last year. But it's really the thing that's gotten people around the league to take note are just how well he's doing some of the upper level stuff, throwing with anticipation, reading the defenses, understanding where to go with the ball, all those things that he's learned and improved at very rapidly over the course of 5 weeks. That's why I'm excited about CJ compared to, say, like whether it's Deshaun or anybody else. That's the stuff that ages well.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that sticks with you, and no matter what your scheme or anything else or health status, it's a lot easier for guys who don't depend on their legs as much to play through injury and be effective through injury than it is for guys who really need that athleticism all the time.
CJ is still 2 weeks away, Seth, from his 3-month mark in the NFL, like from training camp. Like in 2 weeks, it'll be 3 months since his first training camp practice. That's crazy. He's 2.5 months into basically, and I know there's OTAs and there's OTAs and there's minicamp and there's rookie minicamp and there's all that. I mean, the thing really gets going when you start putting pads on and you're in practices doing 11-on-11 and stuff. Their first training camp practice, I want to say, was July 26th. It's October, what is it, October 12th today? October the 12th. That's crazy. He's advanced this much from those first few practices, and those were rough practices. Those were tough to watch. And in 2.5 months that this is who CJ is. Here's CJ Stroud yesterday on what he learned on what would have been the winning touchdown drive, the last touchdown drive that he completed the TD to Dalton Schultz against Atlanta.
Take a little more off the clock. Nah, that's okay. All jokes aside. Just learn, I mean, this league is what you make it. What you put in is what you get out. I put in a lot of work throughout the week with my teammates. We do an extra 2-minute drill, 4-minute drills. We have things called bleed situations where we want to end the ball at the half, have the ball at the end of the half, or point. So a lot of different situational things that we've been doing since OTAs, and the fruit of your labor is starting to show up on publicly when it was just private for a long time. Like the saying, whatever is done in the dark comes to light, is true. So there's a lot of work that's been put in from not only myself but from my teammates. And then I think we all trust each other. That's something I think pops up on our film, like the trust I have in our receivers and our O-line. Our running backs have trust in how they're going to block. We all play as one.
The thing, too, and where I would just say, as young quarterbacks go with CJ compared to Deshaun, the one thing that, at the time, you and I would talk about this, and it wasn't like a big secret. It wasn't like a huge complaint or a rantable thing or anything, but there was always a part where we sometimes wish that Deshaun would worry a little less about being legendary and just play good football and have your teammates play good football and everything. Yeah. I do like that CJ's calling card seems to be referencing his teammates and or hard or something like that. The biggest thing you fear with young star players is that they're more in love with the lifestyle than they are with the game itself. And I think CJ understands, like, I'm not going to sit here and try to paint CJ out as a saint, but I think in terms of maturity, he understands that that's the challenge. I do think that I think CJ has people around him that would tell him if he got caught up in wanting to be legendary, more so than like actually just being really good at football.
Yeah.
Because he talks, one of the things he constantly references is keeping the main thing, keeping the main thing. I'm really not trying to turn this into Deshaun's a monster and CJ's a saint. It's a subtle difference that's nice to see out of a rookie quarterback because you don't worry as much about getting wrapped up in all the extraneous stuff, perhaps.
Yeah, I look, to me as a Texan fan, Seth, look, Deshaun is relevant today because that's a big story in the news, so we bring that up. But I think it's worth bringing up, like, to illustrate, we've been through hell and back as fans here the last couple of years, so we might have landed on a solution that's better than what the best Deshaun was here. Feels really, really good to win one, Like, that is nice. Hey, Ben, let's play the Justin Verlander speech one more time. I don't know what kind of legs that's going to have the rest of the week, and I want to hear Justin Verlander curse his ass off for another 30 seconds. Astros go to the 7th consecutive ALCS. Here was the locker room celebration after.
Who's going to do the celebration? Who want to do the celebration? Me. Yeah. No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this. All right. Come on, man. All right.
Boys, this is one of those seasons, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries.
Yeah.
We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back.
Yeah.
7th time. 7th time. All right? Don't take that for granted. On 7. Everybody pop these motherfuckers. 1, 2, 3.
That was great.
Justin makes me want to drink. That's a bad. You talk about you guys all want to fire that OnlyFans cop. Meanwhile, Justin Verlander's got me wanting to drink it at 9:56 in the morning.
4 minutes. You got 4 minutes left. We can do this.
I also admire. You can tell it's a good team. Nobody was like, wait, on 7 or 7 and then pop. What do we do?
All right. Which player would have been most likely to do that? Biagini, right? Like, Biagini would have done that. Thought he was like the funniest guy ever. Like,
waka waka. Yeah.
Am I right? Hey, by the way, the Twitter poll that I put up, we're several hundred votes in. If they had an MVP of the ALDS, which Astro would you vote for? These were the choices I put up, Seth. Yordan Alvarez, Jose Abreu, or other. Other is getting 1.5% of the vote. So my spidey sense on that one that it's really a two-man race seems to be holding up. Who do you think's winning? Have you looked at it?
No.
Okay, who do you think's winning? Yordan Alvarez and Jose Abreu. Several hundred votes in.
I think Abreu's winning.
He's cleaning house right now. He is destroying Yordan Alvarez. Yeah.
Yordan has a couple things going against him, and I'm sure he'll be devastated to learn that he's lost your poll. But one is a little bit of the LeBron James effect of, okay, to win the MVP of the league, like LeBron James, there's this period there where he was going to have to go extra. He was going to have to surpass his own lofty standards to actually be MVP of the league. And two would just be, the come from behind element to Abreu. Everybody counted him out, and now it's like the stuff of movies, man. If you were to do a movie, like Abreu's life could probably be a pretty good movie. Defecting from Cuba, eating his passport on the flight from Cuba, or on his flight into the United States.
Yep.
And then this stretch where he faced some adversity throughout the first 3/4 of the season.
69.2% of the vote, Jose Abreu. John Lopez is here. I'll ask him the question.
Nice.
If you had to pick an MVP of the ALDS,
I've seen this bouncing around.
Is it Jose Abreu for you, or is it Yordan Alvarez?
I actually
or somebody else.
No. I actually think it's Yordan, and I'm kind of perplexed that it's anybody else. I mean, no offense.
Okay.
I mean, he changed the entire complexion of the series, and was multiple times in multiple games. You know, I know it was a big hit yesterday, but.
Well, I contend the Abreu home run in the first inning of Game 3 was what changed. That's what flipped the series back to the Astros.
Yeah, I just think maybe I agree with Seth though. There's a difference comeback element.
Yeah,
you know, the justification, redeem, whatever. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's an argument. It's a good argument, but I would lean toward Jordan.
Well, you know, I've been on the Abreu bandwagon all year.
I can't remember you not being on it.
I've been telling people, be patient with him. He's going to be fine. He's a notoriously.
How many
slow
arguments
starter.
did you and I have?
I mean, if I had a dime for every
A lot of
time.
times, various times you like accused me of racism at times, like pinned me up against the wall for questioning whether Abreu was going to be a good player or not.
That's right.
I remember that time y'all nearly came to fisticuffs.
Yeah, over Abreu.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. All right, so looking forward to In the Loop today. John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and may you respect anybody whose private parts you've seen for the rest of your life.
Thank you, especially if they pull you over for a traffic stop. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the Loop is up next. It's up now, actually.
All right, the switch was flipped. I'll be damned. Astros win yesterday. Astros go into their 7th straight ALCS. Let's let Justin Verlander, the potty mouth, set this up for us. This was Dusty Baker. Apparently, he's got his eyes on a much bigger prize. Here's Justin Verlander breaking down the Astros before they pop bottles.
Who's going to do the celebration? Me. Yeah! No. I'm doing the World Series. You do this. Come on, B.
All right. Boys, this is one of those seasons, you know, nothing went our way early. We battled through injuries.
Yeah.
We grinded. I wasn't even here. I'm happy to be back. Yeah. 7th time. 7th time. All right? Don't take that for granted. On 7. Everybody pop these motherfuckers.
All right, there you go. And they were popped, and they were celebrating, and now we have the trip up I-45, Astros versus Rangers. Are you ready to just go ahead and call your shot there, Babe Ruth?
I am. Astros in 4. Astros in 4, and it's not just like, oh boy, you know, the Astros 4 sweep.
Okay.
Can I say it again?
Go ahead.
The Astros in 4. And here's why. It's not. I'm not just pulling this.
Did you know we were starting it like this, Figgy? Because I did not.
I did not.
I did not know this is where we're going.
No. Sean is listening, and Sean, I'm going to convince you too. Let me tell you why it's going to be the Astros in 4. All right. This team is completely unflappable. They showed it again. Pedigree mattered. We brought up that question. Pedigree mattered. They have it. Rangers don't. Altuve, Bregman, and Tucker really only minimally affected this series. This team has that look again. They might lose a game. I don't know, but I can't.
Can't now. You called for a sweep.
I don't know. But here's the thing, and this is what it comes down to. After what you've seen from this pitching staff and what you've seen from the bullpen, knowing what this team has flipped the switch, as you just said, is there any game of these first? No way they can win that game.
I mean, I wouldn't say no way, but what I would say is I'm kind of like, I know that we're in the opinion business, and I know that a lot of times you're going to have your tail between your legs when you try to figure stuff out, especially this squad. But I will gracefully and humbly tap out of trying to predict what's going to happen in the AL West in 2023. I will charge it to the game and just say I don't have a clue what's going to happen. I'm excited to see the matchup between Dallas and Houston with the most on the line in sports, and I will gracefully say I don't have a damn clue what is going to happen between the Astros and Rangers, because the Rangers are the streakiest team I've ever seen. The Astros, they did not look like an ALCS squad, and they completely flipped the switch. So, yeah, I don't have the confidence to sit here and bring out the brooms or anything like that. I would love to. I just don't. I will say this, though. For all the inconsistencies and stuff, and for all the talk about what I just said, The only thing the Rangers have done consistently this year is get their ass kicked by the Astros.
Yes.
And I mean, it's to the point. I mean, we saw Blanco win a game, and then whatever that Dublin guy, whoever the hell that was, in a big series against the Rangers. So yeah, I don't feel as confident as you when it comes to that they're just going to come out there and win 4 games.
Well, again, I just can't pick against them. I just in any of these games, especially that's the other factor. Verlander in game 1. Set the tone, win at home, go from there. And then there's this. The Rangers are weaker than the Astros mentally. They don't have the postseason pedigree. They're weaker, as you just pointed out, versus the Astros. And their bullpen collectively
was. It hadn't been lately.
No, it hasn't been. But against the Astros?
But it hadn't been lately.
But against the Astros.
They have been on fire lately.
They have been. But against the Astros, their brain is scrambled. Collectively, I'm not just like, this isn't just fanboy. You know me better than that. Like there are so many things where I'm like, I could see them winning every game. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I'm not trying to be, this that. And then there's this also. Didn't even mention this. Astros are going to have for what it's worth. I know what their record is at home. They're going to have a legit home field advantage in the postseason. We've been there a bunch of times. The Rangers aren't. There are going to be a lot of Astros fans in Arlington.
You're wrong.
I mean,
you don't have a clue about that. That is, you did not watch the playoffs. They will have a home field. They haven't had one lately, but yeah, you're very wrong about that.
Well,
you will see that. I can promise you that is like fair weather central. They will be there, and it will be very loud. There will be some Astros, but if you don't think they're going to have a home field advantage, just we'll see next week. There is going to be a home. I don't know this Rangers team. I don't know this Rangers team. I feel like I know this Astros team. I've seen this switch flipped. I do not know this Rangers team. If you put a gun to my head, I would pick the Astros. But sweep, man, that's tough.
By the way, Ryan Presley agrees with me. He said as much after the game that he knows what the Astros fans have always done in Arlington. He expects to see.
Though.
It might be.
It is very different.
It might be. But
I also don't know what series you watched. I'll be honest. How do you say it's? You said you were like shocked that Pendergast brought up Abreu versus Alvarez on the as the MVP of the series.
Look, that's a legit argument. I just lean.
You said I've been fathomed that's even.
Yeah, I just lean toward Jordan. I think he changed the complexion just every game, the way they approached him, and they did it yesterday again with the bases empty. Not giving him anything to hit. Then he had the big 3 home runs. I'm not going to say you're wrong if you say Jose Abreu. For me, it's Alvarez.
This was a big win. I think it was even bigger yesterday than the obvious because you do line up your rotation. I think that was really, really important for the Astros to line up their rotation against the Rangers. I don't know if it's too much confidence or what, but if anyone claims that they expected what they saw yesterday from Urquidy, then you've probably picked the Astros to win the World Series every year. Because that's ridiculous. And I actually think it's kind of minimizing what Urquidy did yesterday. If you expected Jose Urquidy to go out there and strike out 5 guys in a row and go into the 6th inning for the first time in his entire postseason career, then props to you.
Yeah.
But I did not expect that. And the 12 days of Jose Urquidy, for me, it's one of the most impressive 12-day stretches that I can remember. 12 days ago.
Short rest. I mean,
you got to fall a few hours before your start. We didn't even know if he was going to start. It was going to be J.P. France. J.P. France has a family emergency. You call Jose Urquidy. Jose Urquidy goes out there. He throws 6 innings of shutout baseball. We didn't even know if he was going to start yesterday. If he would have given you 3 innings, 4 innings, I would have been fine with it. He goes into the 6th, and he's absolutely cruising. That's one of the craziest flips of the switch that I've seen. I know we've seen him perform well in the postseason. We've also seen him not perform as hot in the postseason. He was strong last year, the 3 innings that he gave you against the Phillies, but that I don't know how anyone could have expected that from Jose Urquidy. That was a legendary performance by someone that I've been watching him all year. I didn't anticipate.
No, I didn't expect it, but that also ties in like the pedigree of the postseason, what this pitching staff has done, and why. After the game yesterday, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I wonder how this is going to go. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. I'm like, well, I from what I've seen on this side, it's hard to bet against them in any of these games.
I think you might need to look a little bit more into the Rangers now than the ones that we saw before.
I've looked at the Rangers.
I mean,
I've looked at the Rangers.
It's a little bit different squad. They got a full lineup. They got this Evan Carter kid who's a mofo.
Yep.
The bullpen is starting to pitch a little bit better. I don't know. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Lopez is going to jinx. They
said that yesterday.
Great.
Like maybe the same guy said the exact same thing yesterday. How'd that work out? No. Someone please tell Lopez to sober up from last night. He sounds like a drunkard. Look, I'm telling you what I see. And yes, I've looked very closely at the Rangers. I've watched the series. This is not, I'm not saying, I'll bet the house on it. I'm saying I can't pick against them in any of these games. Not with the way they're performing and their offense. And 3 of their biggest bats, like I said, just kind of minimally were effective in this series.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Astros going to 7 straight. I've got to get something off my chest because I'll admit this right now. I'm sitting there watching this game, and I'll be the first to admit I haven't watched a Twins game all season long, okay? Baseball is a regional sport for me. There's 162 games to keep up with. When the Astros play, I'm watching, okay? So if the Minnesota Twins are playing the Arizona Diamondbacks on a Wednesday night, it's not like tonight, Chiefs versus Broncos.
You're not a real baseball fan.
That's fine. It is a regional sport for me. I will 100% be honest. I won't sit here and pretend to know what I don't know. I was feeling pretty confident about the Astros when they had the 1-run lead with Brian Abreu on the mound because Brian Abreu is a freaking badass, might be the biggest badass on this whole team right now. And then all of a sudden, I hear an eruption almost as if Stone Cold Steve Austin in WWF Attitude Era's music just hit, and this Byron Buxton dude comes to the plate. And I thought it was Babe Ruth. I thought Babe Ruth had woke
Barry
from the
Bonds,
dead.
Man.
The way that they acted with this Byron Buxton guy coming to the plate, I anticipated he was about to hit the ball out of the stadium. I had no idea what was going on. I'm waiting for that stat line to come up and it be.
Brandon Scott is disgusted with us for not knowing this guy, by the way.
That's fine. I don't give a damn if he's disgusted or not. I'm just
player before Carlos Correa got
good for him. 17 home runs.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I had no idea. And the way that they treated him, listen to this ovation. Good Lord. I mean, what's going on here? Dude's limping out there like Kirk Gibson.
That's what I was thinking, too. I was like, is this going to be Kirk Gibson? And totally honest, I started getting nervous. I was like, wow, I guess.
I was like, damn. What? And then he dings it to first base. Wouldn't have been
even like a broken bat.
Yeah, wouldn't even got out of the infield in Williamsport.
He might have cracked his bat on that.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. That didn't make a lot of sense. And I did not really understand what the deal was on that.
Byron Buxton is the Twins' Carlos Correa minus the success.
Oh, thanks.
Okay,
Brandon.
well, that's helping our point.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah.
Thanks for snatching Figgy's mic to tell us that.
That's helping our point right there.
Jose Urquidy, I think he was the hero yesterday. If I had an MVP vote, I would say that Brian Abreu or Jose Abreu is my MVP. You would say Yordan Alvarez. 713-572-4610. What would you say? Other question, man. Does Jeff Bagwell feel himself today?
Hey, are we going to be honest today or not?
Is Jeff Bagwell sticking middle fingers up to you, me?
He got them receipts.
All the other jamokes.
Got them receipts.
I'm just going to say it. You may disagree. Jeff Bagwell has been redeemed. Jeff Bagwell's decisions have been justified. I mean, there's really no other way to say it. And the reason for me is, look, no matter how bad he was in the regular season, no matter how bad Bagwell looked, I mean, he was proved right. And the reason is this is a team that's not built for regular season success. This is a team that builds their entire, mantra, their entire manifesto on championships. Well, we're talking about him as MVP, of the NLDS. That's what they got him for. That's what Bagwell said. He came through, with the biggest hit of the night and several other big hits. Not to mention Michael Brantley, You know, I mean, I thought the criticism of Jeff Bagwell was justified in the regular season, but he is redeemed. You know, he's redeemed today because the two guys, I think all 3 runs yesterday were provided by guys that Bagwell brought in. That's it. I mean, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to say it's not justified.
No, I mean, he's got to be feeling himself.
Yeah.
And they should really all be feeling themselves 100%. They should be feeling themselves. They should be feeling confident. And for everything about the Rangers being new and all that type of stuff are different, props to them. Another thing about this game. So we talked about Buxton, the hero.
You said Barry Bonds?
I said Jesus Christ. What was Amin doing on that Abreu home run call?
Oh, man. I thought it was a flyout.
Dude, it hit the upper deck.
I couldn't see the ball. And I'm like, well, I guess he's going to catch it on the warning track.
It hit the upper deck.
Yeah.
I went and listened to the radio call to see if there was any confusion there. There wasn't any, but man, like, what an absolute, I mean, it looked gone off the bat to me. I don't know. Maybe Amin couldn't see over the the desk. Like maybe they need to lift him up a little bit. But listen to this call on the Abreu bomb, which was just a complete shot. But if you were had your head turned or something like that, you would think that, I don't know what you would think happened.
In the air, well struck right center. Looking back on it, and that is off the top of the fence. Is it gone? It is.
It wasn't the fence. It hit the facing of the second deck, like the mezzanine or whatever. I'm being honest. When I heard it, a lot of times you get fooled with a loud crack, and you think, okay, maybe that's it, maybe it's not. I thought he was going to catch it on the warning track.
If I were the Twins coach, manager Rocco, I would have Abreu and Urquidy peeing in cups after the game. There would be a protest.
What are you saying?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, the performance that they put on, that was epic. Obviously, I'm kidding.
Performance-enhancing drug.
Good Lord. I mean, that was a serious thing. And now we have perhaps the most, not perhaps, we have definitely the most substance for a Houston versus Dallas sports matchup ever. I know the Rockets, they've played the Mavs a couple of times. 87-88, they lost to the Mavs, I think, in 4. Then 04-05, the Tracy McGrady joint, they ended up losing that one in 7. And then I think 2014-15, the Chandler Parsons gets hurt in game 1. They won that one. But other than that, you've had some Oilers-Cowboys matchups, which in the big scheme of things didn't mean a lot. And in baseball, the Astros, their early glory days were in the National League. And then since these teams have been in the same league, one has been good, the other's been bad, and vice versa. So now you have the most buzz that you could possibly have, and I don't want to call it manufactured hate because the beef between Dallas and Houston is real, but this is real sports hate. Like this is substance. This is like for all the marbles, or most of them, I should say.
Yeah, this has been a brewing rivalry in the last, say, year or so, 2 years, but it's there now. I mean, this is Dallas, Houston. We all know somebody over there. They know somebody down here, and stakes and they mentioned this, last night on the broadcast. It's real. I mean, these teams, I don't care if I get the cliche bell or not. I mean, they do not like each other. It is very obvious that these are two squads that are very much not fans of the other.
What's the name? What's the name of that trophy they play for?
Silver Boot.
Silver. This is for the real Silver Boot.
Yes.
Yeah. This is
this is for the King of Texas.
Hey, the Astros got the Silver Boot. They don't give a rat's what about that.
Yeah.
They couldn't care less.
It's in a closet somewhere.
There's people texting me from out there. Hey, we should do a simulcast and talk. I'm like, man, get Sean and Seth on.
Already?
I don't want to do that. I'm not into that.
I'm not into it. I mentioned it yesterday.
It just doesn't do it for me.
You guys suck. No, you suck. Okay, next segment.
Yeah, you guys cheaters, huh?
Let me tell you about Houston.
How about that Houston traffic?
Y'all got the trash cans?
Yeah. Oh, Dallas.
Oh, yeah, Cowboys going to choke. Dak Prescott.
Haven't won a championship since 95.
Oh, how the Texans doing? Oh, you'll get massage there, too, I hear. Yeah. Sean and Seth can do that. I think it would be good with them and
You think?
Sean and RJ doing it in the morning. I think they'd have a fun time with it.
Yeah.
For sure.
You suck. No, you suck. Okay, moving on.
So something happened last night that I don't think has gotten enough attention. Despite what appears to be a bright future, I actually think the Astros have put a lot of pressure on C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans. And I mean a lot, and I will lay it out for you next.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous. It makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your chap, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Sunday. Fun day. A lot of people need to be calling off work on Monday, just listening to Sports Radio 610 all day. So Sunday at noon, you have Texans versus Saints at NRG. CJ Stroud and the Texans looking to improve to 3-3 before the bye week. 7 hours later, you have Astros versus Rangers in the ALCS. Justin Verlander on the mound. The excitement with the Astros going to 7 straight, it speaks for itself, although John Lopez might be ruining a good thing. We'll talk about that in 10 minutes.
Okay.
But I think the pressure on the Texans is high now because of what happened last night with the Astros. And allow me to explain this. I think the future is bright.
I agree with you, first of all, before you even explain.
Yeah, the future is bright. 100% we agree the future is bright.
Yeah.
Like, eventually they're going to get to a point where the buzz is high. We see football town, all that type of stuff. They'll get there eventually. And they appear to have the right leaders in place to do that, D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud. We agree on that, right?
Absolutely.
You've said this many times, and you have not sugarcoated it. The atmosphere at NRG, rightfully so, because of the sins of the past, but it's been ass.
Yeah.
I know that's not articulate or anything. It's been ass. Okay? The tailgating's fine, but the game day atmosphere, the buzz, the excitement, people's willingness to just completely wipe the slate clean, it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where it's maybe over half full of Texans fans.
Yeah.
And when the Steelers came here, there were way more. There were more Steelers fans. I think there was probably
it was definitely
53%
more
more Steelers
was,
fans.
yeah.
Whatever it was. So the buy-in is not there.
Yes.
On the short term.
Yes.
They got the New Orleans Saints this Sunday. And after this game, if they lose this game, they're going to fall to 2-4. Now, they're not going to have a chance to bounce back from that because they're going to not play another game for 2 weeks. They're going to have a bye week.
Mm-hmm.
When they return from their bye week, they're going to be out of town. So, in other words, it won't be 3 weeks. It'll be 3 weeks from Sunday for the Texans to even have a chance to win a football game at NRG.
Correct.
During that time, during that bye, and people have already been willing to forget the Texans. We've seen it. They've already been willing. During that time, as soon as the Texans leave NRG on Sunday, 4 hours later, the Astros are going to start the ALCS. The ALCS is going to take place from Sunday to Monday, October 23rd at the latest, when the Texans return from their bye. And then the World Series is going to begin October 27th, 2 days before the Texans step back on the field. And the Astros will have played 2 World Series games at that point and be right in the middle of it if the Astros keep winning. And, oh, by the way, I didn't even mention the most important part. It's not like the Astros are playing the Orioles. It's not like the Astros are playing the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah.
They're playing that team up 45 right there in Arlington, who you've hated for a long time, despite the fact there hasn't been any significant matchups with them, and you're going to be playing a series against them. If the Texans win this game, cool. It's still in Astros town. But you're 3-3. You're coming off the bye week. There's something to be excited about. But if the Texans lose that game and they lay an egg, does it mean the future is screwed? No. But in the short term, they could be just completely forgotten for the remainder of the season because it will be same old Texans, 2-4, and same old Astros World Series run. This is a big game for CJ Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, etc. And you can say I'm over-romanticizing it. In the big scheme of things, no, it's not. But I can promise you, everyone who works in that building knows this. whether it's the business people, whether it's ownership, etc., they know this.
And that's why I said yesterday, in their heart of hearts, collectively, I'm not saying individually, because I know people over there, huge Astros fans. I get it. But collectively, they're not thrilled with this. It's going to be a lot of lip service. But let me give you another couple of points here. If the Texans, actually maybe even if they win, but if they lose for sure, it's a setback to the momentum that they've gained.
100%.
It's a setback.
100%.
There's no other way to put it.
100%.
Because the setback is not only do you, let's say you win, okay, but if you lose, it's worse. Even if you win, you're off for 2 weeks. The next time you take the field, the Astros will be playing a World Series. What will this city be? This city will be Astros, Astros, Astros. No matter what you're doing over there, it could be great, and you could win 2 Super Bowls in the next 10 years. Who knows? But it's a setback right now. And then the second part of that is, I think, the fans. Like, I personally know a buddy who says he's going to sell his Texans ticket so he can buy an Astros ticket. Think about that. He's going to sell his Texans tickets this weekend to a buddy of his that's a Saints fan. And look, he has his right. I don't like it. He's going to sell his tickets so he can.
Blame him.
It's a lot of people that's doing that.
So he can buy an Astros ticket.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, that's a good decision by him, quite honestly.
Yeah.
But if the Texans can win this game and C.J. Stroud can go out there and get them to 3-3 heading into the bye, that would be great for them. They're still going to be kind of out of sight for a week. Like, it's still kinda, like we say, the bye week's at a good time for the Texans, I guess. But now it's basically, I'm just resting. I'm all Astros.
Yeah.
So they've got to go out there and they've got to win this game. Now, is it the end? Is it what if it doesn't happen? Well, if it doesn't happen, then I just explained it. They're going to be out of sight, out of mind, with no excitement, a 2-4 record, 2 weeks, while the Astros square off against the Rangers in the ALCS and the World Series. There is a chance that before the Texans even step on the field again after New Orleans, and oh, by the way, it's going to be a road game, the Astros will have played 9 postseason games.
Mm-hmm.
9 postseason games in that time. 9. There's no better viewing experience in the history of this city than Astros playoff baseball. We can go back to the Rockets in the 90s and we can have that discussion, but they're as far as like just the body of work and the time which it has not happened. Texans have struggled. It's kind of been a perfect storm because the Texans have been one of the worst organizations in the world the last few years while the Astros have been doing their thing. This would just be a full circle type of thing. You feel better about the Texans, but you feel the same about the Astros. They got to come through.
They're on the back burner. I mean, we're both huge Texans fans. We both love covering and following this team. They're on the back burner, win or lose at this point, and that is something of a setback, no matter how you look at it.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. C.J. Stroud, he seems like the right guy for the job. We'll hear some of the interesting things he had to say. But coming up, man, I'm looking forward to this.
I got you.
I'm looking forward to this.
I got you,
man.
Figgy. I got you.
It is a great time around here. It is a historic time. But is John Lopez taking it too damn far?
Hell no.
We'll discuss next.
The Astros.
Sports Radio 610.
Boxing giveaway coming your way in 13 minutes. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. This is why we can't have nice things.
No,
John.
this is exactly why we can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things, Fig.
This is exactly why we can have nice things.
Here we go. So the Astros are going to 7 straight ALCSs. They've won 2 World Series. They're looking to win their 3rd. And John Lopez, is he taking it too far? 713-572-4610. Take it away.
Well, here's the thing. This is the fun part.
No, I get it.
This is the fun part of being a fan.
I get it.
And that's why I don't think I'm going too far here. And I think a lot of Astros fans are going to be, damn. You know, when I lay it out, I started, I went 7 straight and texting with the family and friends and all that. We're like just blown away. 7 straight ALCSs. Well, the fun part is, what if they do it again? That's what we do. That's what fans do. That's what we do on this show. What if they win another World Series? I mean, imagine that. Imagine another World Series. And then I started digging, okay, what would that mean? And this to me is the fun part of being a sports fan. Like you talk about, could Texas play in the National College Football, playoff? Could this team do that? Could that team do that? If the Astros win another World Series, now hear me out on this.
I'm listening.
Because I dug in.
I'm listening.
This is the headline. This is the headline. If the Astros win another World Series, they're on the brink right now of being one of the 4 greatest dynasties of the last 50 years. Maybe the greatest dynasty of the last 50 years.
They're not the greatest.
Let me lay it out. I think they're in the conversation. That's why I said that other thing first.
The Patriots are.
Well,
there's no question about that.
No question?
That's 20 years. None.
No, but see, that was 20 years with 3 or 4 years. I'm talking about 7 straight championship appearances. It will be their. I'll lay it out right here. If they win another World Championship, and at this point, who knows? That'll mean 7 consecutive ALCS championships, 5 World Series berths, and 3 championships, all in consecutive years. And oh, by the way, still going.
Yeah, they're still going.
Okay.
Yeah.
The 3 most serious contenders. Now, you might say 2002 to 2018, but there were some real lulls in there with the Patriots. Now, if you want to say that, there's no
there
argument.
Were a few lulls. Yeah, I think the Patriots are the best dynasty.
Yeah, if you want to say that.
Especially in that
league, was it a lot of lows during that time, though?
There was at least 2, right?
There was a little bit.
Yeah.
Like they missed the playoffs at 11-5, and it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, 1 year Tom Brady got hurt.
The best stretch.
But no one in their right mind is going to say that the
for
Astros.
20 years.
But no one in their right mind is going to say the Astros stretch is better than the Patriots.
For the 20
and
years.
I hate the Patriots.
For the 20 years, no. But in terms of what the Astros are doing, again, 7 straight, 3 World Championships if they win it, and 5 appearances. All right, 2012 to 2018, the Patriots went to 7 consecutive conference championships.
Yeah, it's hard.
4 Super Bowl appearances.
Yeah.
3 Super Bowl wins.
Yeah. In the NFL.
Well, baseball you could argue might be harder with all the teams and all the games and injuries and all that stuff. That's apples to apples.
I mean,
that stretch.
I don't think so, but I gotcha.
I mean, it's just as many conference championships.
713-572-4610. There's probably some people that agree with you. Let me lay it out. That's too far.
It's just as many consecutive conference championships, 1 fewer appearance in the World Championship, and just as many wins in the championship for that stretch. That is apples to apples.
Okay.
1990 to 1998 Chicago Bulls. 6 championships in 8 years. All right? Hold on. 6 championships in 8 years.
Yeah,
They were ousted the 2 years.
No, let me stop you. Hey, a minute.
Listen. They were ousted 2 years that they didn't have Jordan. That's in the conversation. 6 championships.
That adds to the legend, though.
6 championships is impossible, for the Astros to match.
But by ousted, I don't know about ousted. I mean, they won 55 games.
Well, they were ousted in the postseason before they got to the championship series.
I mean, they took the Knicks to 7. The Knicks lost to the Rockets in 7. I would say that they were okay.
But they didn't go to 7 straight championship series.
Okay.
But the 6 titles you can't argue.
Okay.
All right. 1980 to 1989 Lakers.
So. Okay.
9 conference finals berth in 10 years. 5 championships, 8 conference finals appearances. That's the other. Those are the 3 teams that the Astros, you could easily argue, would fall short of.
I think the 90s Yankees are I think that's better than what the Astros have done. I hate the Yankees, but they went to 6 of 9, I think, World Series.
I got it right here.
6 of 9 World Series. They won 4.
I got it right here. 1996 to 2003 Yankees. 6 ALCS appearances in 8 years. 4 championships and lost in the ALDS twice.
Yeah.
Astros 7 straight would be 3 World Championships and 5 World Series
4
appearances.
World Series.
5 World Series appearances if they win.
Yeah, but 4 World Series for the Yankees.
Yeah,
wins.
and 3 for the Astros.
Yeah.
But they also got ousted in the LDS twice.
I would also say the Kobe and Shaq Lakers were better too.
Well,
I mean that's what, 3 straight championships, and then they lost in the championship. I would say
that's the 2000
too.
to 2004 Lakers is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
That's 5 years.
But
3 championships.
And then Kobe went with Gasol and won 2. I don't know. Yeah, I love what the Astros are doing, but I don't know that any of these teams that you've mentioned take a back seat to what the Astros have done.
Those first 3 don't. But these other ones, I mean,
like the Yankee, you're telling me that this Astros is better than the 90s Yankees?
I just gave you the numbers.
And I don't like sitting here arguing about the Yankees on this day. I just don't like the Bulls, all that.
Oh, well, let's go head to head here. 96 to 03 versus the Astros. 6 ALC championship appearances versus 7 straight. 6 in 8 years versus 7 straight. 4 championships versus 3. And the Astros have been to 7 straight, never lost in the ALDS.
Well, where are you getting the 3rd champion? You're talking about if they win?
If they win, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is the fun part.
Okay.
This is the fun part if they win. And then the other one is 80 to 87 Celtics. 7 consecutive conference finals appearances in 8 years. 7 in 8 years. 5 finals appearances, which would match the 5 World Series appearances, and 3 championships, which would match the 3 World Series championships. It kind of blows you away. And maybe we're just kind of beaten down because of decades of having so much heartbreak, but they would be in the conversation if.
Pal Pals is asking on the YouTube. Shout out to all the people on the YouTube. What would they have to do to be as good as the Yankees then, Landry? Probably win 4 championships. I mean, that would be my thing. Win 4 championships would be probably that. I mean, I think you can make a case right now in baseball, like you can discuss it, but I would still give the edge to the Yankees until the Astros win their 4th. But the other thing is, and I don't subscribe to this, but people are always going to bring up the cheating. So does that?
Oh yeah, I want to bring that up, but I thought about that.
It's fair. I mean, it's fair though. If we're talking history, like it's part of it. Like it's going to come up. So
no, it's fair.
I do think the actual run of the Astros is so impressive. I think it should be in the conversation. But I don't know if it's better than that Patriots run. I don't think it's better than that Bulls run. I just think when you look at it, even comparing it to the Yankees run in the 90s, the Yankees were pretty loaded, and we know how much money they be spending.
Well, I'll just reiterate it.
I feel like the Astros are not that, and they still had a similar run to me.
I'll just reiterate it. The Yankees had 6 consecutive ALCS appearances. The Astros have 7. Astros have 4 championships. The Astros will have 3. The Yankees had 4. The Astros will have 3. The Astros have never lost in the ALDS in that stretch. The Yankees lost twice in the ALDS. All I'm saying is, like, to me, this is why we're here. This is the fun part when you can consider, and it kind of blows you away.
I would rather just stick with the Yankees, and I think that would be easier than, because this is not the Bulls. This is not the Bulls. Like, this is not 6.
They had a 6-year run.
They had 6 championships.
An 8-year run with 6 championships.
6 championships with the greatest player of all time.
I put them up there. I said those 3 teams, the Patriots 12 to 18, the Bulls, and the Lakers 80 to 89. Those are the 3 where you go, okay, that they still might have a little work to do, but they're like right, and they're not done, and they're right there with them. If we look at what they've done compared to what they did in consecutive years, they're right there with them.
I don't want to be like a rings or nothing type of guy, but I do kind of think they got to win 4. I think they got to win 4 to be in these discussions. I think they got to win it 4, and that's hard. That's a lot to ask.
Yeah.
It's easily the best run in Houston history. I don't even think that's,
and arguably baseball over the last 50 years. I'm not counting the Yankees in the 20s and all that stuff. But since 1973, It just blew me away.
I will say that it goes a long way winning that second one because as good as it is, I feel like the ALCS appearances mean more when you can at least hang your hat on more than one ring. Like, I couldn't imagine.
Like, the Braves aren't even in the conversation.
I couldn't imagine being the Braves and going to 8 straight NLCSs
awful,
and only
man.
having one to show for it.
Like I saw
that's not even cool to me.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't even look. Like, if you were telling me that
I'd be
the
kind
Astros,
of embarrassed.
I would too. Like, if the Astros were on this run and all you could point to, even if they didn't cheat in 2017, we knew nothing about it. I would still think that was one of the best moments, especially with everything going on in the city. But if they only had that one, I'd feel like a loser.
Yeah, I saw that graphic last night.
I would feel like a real loser.
And I went like, sure. You know, that they have, the Astros had 7 and they had 8. I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. They only won 1 championship.
And I don't even know if it's better than the Warriors. Someone just brought up the Warriors.
I have the Warriors.
That's 4 rings.
I have the Warriors as well. Like, I got all this stuff, man. Come at me. 2015 to 2019, 5 straight finals berths, 3 championships.
Damn.
5 straight finals berths, 3 championships. Well,
but they got 4. They got a 4th too.
They got 4
earlier. Or later. Yeah, later.
They got a fourth.
But that was like with the 3 years, 2 or 3 years of not.
Which makes it less impressive? Does it count?
I don't know. All I'm saying is, like, the Astros 7 straight. This will be their 3rd championship, just like that Warriors run. And then 5 finals berths. Well, the Astros would have 5 World Series berths. It's really, it blew me away. I'm like, because I was kind of like, he was like, well, and then I looked at it as like, no, they're in the conversation if they can do this.
Coming up, who deserves the flowers and who deserves apologies? Brandon Scott's going to join us for his weekly visit next.
It's Texas.
going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
Brandon Scott in the building. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Astros going to 7 straight ALCSs. They're taking on the Rangers. B. Scott. Let's just talk about the outlook of the 2023 season. What do you think this last few days have done for Dusty Baker and Jose Abreu? What would you, if you were to summarize those two guys and how they're feeling right now, what would you say? Do you think people owe Dusty an apology?
I feel like both of them should feel validated. Like through all of this, they should feel validated. Dusty Baker was kind of had his arm tied behind his back, considering what happened with the pitching staff. The team needed to be managed differently than it was in the past, and a lot of it we disagreed with. And that was the odd part about it. It's like, man, you could have some disagreements, but you've seen them kind of get through these seasons before. Like Dusty Baker's gotten you this far before, so it was kind of odd that like the amount of energy that we put toward focusing on Dusty Baker and not focusing on the actual team itself that was underperforming. And then what happens? Look, Jose Abreu, you move on to Jose Abreu. Look, if you're going to tell me that he's going to be terrible for 3 months, but then the last couple of months of the season he's going to arrive, then I would take that. If I was Jose Abreu, I would feel extremely validated by now because, like, there was a point where we were, like, questioning if they should have signed the guy at all, and then, like, he tears it up at the end of the season. So, like, he's been one of the best players in baseball since, September? It then comes in and then comes out and gets, like, like him and Yordan Alvarez got like 70% of the RBIs that they got in this series. So I mean, you gotta feel validated if you're Jose Abreu.
The other thing is, I've felt, and I know Landry feels this way. What we talked about with Dusty Baker was valid at the time. Like there were still things that I'm like I just don't understand. His thought process there, but the validation came in the postseason. Jeff Bagwell too. Jeff Bagwell is validated right now, and Jeff Bagwell is redeemed.
Except for the Montero thing, but we can live with that. They were able to survive that.
Brantley and Abreu alone,
Yeah.
Just those two guys.
Well, so for me with Dusty, all right, it's like, okay, I feel like there's a difference between like disagreeing with somebody and just outright losing faith in somebody. Well, I feel like you can disagree, and we all have people in our lives like this.
Yeah.
Your parents, your spouse, a lot of your friends who do things, say things, or are about some things that you might disagree with, but
Landry
you still
consistently said that about Dusty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my thing with Dusty, and I think there's a portion of people that are gonna support the Astros no matter what. They're going to pick them to win the World Series every year, and that's good on you. Mm-hmm. If I had a penny for every message I got yesterday saying I knew Urquidy was going to do this, I would be able to buy probably a bag of chips downstairs. Like I wouldn't be able to buy a sandwich, but I could probably buy like $1.25 bag of chips. If you expected Jose Urquidy to do that yesterday, then you have blind faith, because he went into the 6th inning yesterday and that's the long postseason start of his career. And this is 12 days after. We didn't even know if he was going to be in the rotation. He got a phone call hours before and went out there and went 6 scoreless. So that I'm surprised by that. I'm pleasantly surprised by that. So the people that are there's a portion of people that are going to support it no matter what. Dusty Baker's kind of polarizing too, because I think it's turned into a situation, and I think Show kind of falls into this, and I don't really blame him because it's a lot. You can say Dusty Baker has done some questionable things this year without saying they won the World Series despite him last year. I don't feel that way.
Right.
I don't feel like they make the ALCS in 2020 without Dusty Baker. So when I criticize the Maldonado bit and all that type of stuff and question the other stuff, it's not an either or, black or white. Like, there's a gray area there where I think you can say that Dusty Baker's done some questionable stuff, and because this team is so deep, they've been able to overcome it, and sometimes we over-romanticize stuff, but that doesn't diminish what Dusty – he's the winningest manager in Astros history in the postseason. Like, think about that. Like, he is the winningest manager. But I do think it's kind of become like an either-or, like – there's a portion that thinks he completely sucks no matter what, and then there's a portion that thinks that that is just going to support the Astros no matter what.
There is not enough nuance, and like nuance can be boring sometimes, but it's not nearly enough nuance in the Dusty Baker conversation. Basically, what you're saying, either you got to all the way 100% support him and never question anything he does, or when you do question him, you hate him, and it's a lot of what we see too. And that's the issue. A lot of the fervor, the energy. It's like, okay, even if you think, and we can agree to disagree on this, agree to disagree on, hey, like whether they win in spite of him. But even if you think that, you shouldn't be talking about them like they lost. Like the way Dusty Baker is discussed by some fans, and I'm not saying that that's everything that's happening on this show. I think a lot of the criticisms have been fair. I've had some of the same ones. Like the thing about Maldonado, I don't get it. To this day, I still don't get it. But I will at least concede that they know a little bit more than I do. But the thing is like, man, how do you go from they're winning in spite of him to like actually treating him like they lost?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you would think that they didn't make 4 straight ALCSs with Dusty Baker. You would think that, hey, this guy was brought in to steady the ship. Yeah, they had some things already built in the infrastructure already. They already won a World Series, already had some success. This guy was brought in to steady his ship. Things had gone off the rails with the sign stealing scandal publicly and all of that. Was brought in to not mess this good thing up and to kind of keep you afloat. And he's actually done that. And you would think, based off of some of the criticism, that he didn't, that he hasn't.
Here's where he deserves the most credit. You mentioned the word nuance. Landry mentioned the word gray area. The fact that all these things and criticisms were falling on him because of Abreu and Bagwell, because of Abreu, because of Maldonado, because of Diaz, etc. The nuance in the gray area is once they got to the postseason, they were almost emboldened and they were almost, inspired by the fact that he never lost confidence in them. Yeah, I think there is something to that. Like Abreu was in the spot lineup that we all wanted him to move from. Brantley came in after missing all those games and did what he did. So that to me is the nuance. He deserves some criticism, and I'm with you. I'm still, flummoxed, as they say, by some of the things he did in the regular season. But in the postseason, he kind of gave them, he had their back, and they paid it off.
Yeah, and just the regular season is managed differently, and this is kind of the wild part about it to me too. Is like my main Dusty Baker criticisms. I'll give you my own. In the beginning, it was I thought Chas McCormick had done enough to earn center field. I got off of that eventually. It's like, okay, fine, replacement level player. The Yanni Diaz versus Martin Maldonado thing. That was another one of my Dusty Baker criticisms. I wasn't about to act like that was going to make or break their World Series chances. It was always going to be about whether Christian Javier could show up in a game, in a game 3, in a postseason scenario. If you could get Jose Urquidy to finally get healthy, if your main guys were going to actually perform, if Jose Abreu was going to be the dude that you signed him up to be. And side note, Jose Abreu kind of validated its early baseball guy. I don't like him any more than y'all do. I feel the same way about its early baseball guy.
Well, it was early and late too, somewhat late too.
Yeah, but with the Astros, it's all early until you actually it was all early into that last day, basically.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it's a different calculus with this team, and kind of validated him because he was terrible early and really good late.
I also think there's kind of like a balance between ability and luxury. Brandon Scott with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610 that they have the ability to flip the switch. You've been talking about that even when you've talked about them at a bad time, flip the switch was their best hope. And Dusty Baker has a luxury of having a team that allows him to maybe play one of the worst statistical players in baseball because of the core that they have.
Right.
So if this were a team I don't know, name a team that just barely got into the playoffs, you might not have that luxury, but he has that luxury. And I guess I guess you can argue about, is he getting bailed out or is he just or does he just have a feel of it? But I don't know that there's like a 100% answer on
No, but I think that's where the urgency came from because he has had that luxury. And there were times during this season where it didn't feel like he did. Like the Astros ultimately by the end of the season ended up being a really good offensive team. But there were stretches there where they wouldn't score runs. They would get hits, but they wouldn't score runs. They were really bad with runners in scoring position. And you felt I think more than previous years with the Astros fans felt a little bit more desperate for offense than you ever have because the guys were either injured or underperforming. And so it was like, all right, now the fact that Martin Maldonado doesn't hit very well actually feels like it matters. And, oh, by the way, it coincides with you actually having a catcher on your roster who can hit.
Yeah.
You don't have Jason Castro and Dustin Garneau, whatever, like these randos that you had before, Robinson Chirinos, guys who couldn't hit much better than Martin Maldonado himself. You got an actual dude that could do it, and it seems like you need it. That was why I was on that energy and kind of still am on it. Like, hey, man, look, let Maldonado call them pitches from the bench. He can't send them signals in or tap into the pitch comm or something like that. Like, that's how I honestly felt. But, look, I get it. They think it matters more than I realize it matters. And so, look, if that's what it takes to get them there, I'm willing to kind of go with it. But, yeah, man, like I think it was just more of a desperation for more offense from the catcher position because there were times where they had lulls.
Side note, it was really cool. Ryan Presley in the postgame interview credited both his catchers. He said, I've got two guys that do this and this and this, and Yanner this and Maldonado that. I was like, all right, good for him. All this. Yanner got his love as well.
Yeah, Presley stand-up dude.
Yeah, that was really good.
Could I interest y'all in some stats?
Of course.
So in the last 7 seasons, Wade Smith just sent me this. It's from Matt McLaren of Sports Radio 1310 The Ticket. In the last 7 seasons, the Astros are 79-39 versus the Rangers. 79-39. In the 7 seasons prior to that, the Rangers were 67-27 against Houston. So two seven-season stretches in which each team is 40 games over 500 with each other. I'm not sure what the
reverse
7 years before really matters.
Yeah.
I don't think that Josh Hamilton's going to put down the crack pipe and come play against the Astros. But
and Jose Altuve has help now.
Yeah,
he didn't. Yeah. He didn't in those 7 years before.
Boy, didn't he?
Boy, we don't even want to go over those rosters.
So, Lopez is calling for the sweep. He's saying sweep. He's saying Astros in 4.
And you just illustrated one of the reasons why right there. It's not like caught up in the moment or anything else. He's talked about that. He's talked about flipping the switch. The fact that Verlander is going to start game 1. I'll just put it very simply. I have a number of reasons why I'm thinking this way. I find it hard to bet against any of these four starters given what we've just seen. And the 3 big guys, if you want to talk about, Bregman, Tucker, and Altuve, they contributed in this series, but they weren't like the reason.
Yeah.
They weren't the reason, and you have to figure they're going to get hot. And the bullpen. I mean, look, the Rangers are playing unbelievable baseball. They have flipped the switch as well. I'm not doubting that. But the Astros have better pedigree. The Astros have the Rangers number.
I thought you were going to mention the Rangers bullpen, which is a joke.
Well, it's been better.
Well, yeah, right. But I mean, overall, and the Astros have gotten to it.
Yeah,
that's my thing. Like,
look, it's kind of silly. I'm sorry. It's kind of silly to say Astros in 4. But I started thinking about this. I can't bet against them right now, here or there.
Well, I mean, but betting against them is different than Astros in 4.
You're feeling like this is just.
Yeah. No, it's not going to be a gimme.
No, I'm with the energy. I got my Astros shirt on. I'm with you.
Clutch gene, pedigree.
I think this is there's 2 advantages that I think the Rangers have, and I don't know how much the experience matters. First of all, I disagree on the home field advantage. I don't think you're going to recognize that ballpark. I know the Astros have dominated. I do not think you're going to recognize what that ballpark is like. I think there will be some Astros fans, but I think it's going to be crazy with Rangers fans. I think this is going to be the best lineup they face, right? Especially with Carter, and I don't think it's even going to be close, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
I also think, and I don't want to. We're giving Dusty his flowers, his deserved flowers. I don't want to disrespect him. I think Bruce Bochy's the best in-game manager of my lifetime. I think in the postseason, Bruce Bochy, and I think a big reason why the Rangers were able to get in is because he basically said, "F it, we're piggybacking."
Yeah,
like that. They were doing like piggyback games for a long time before they got a little bit more healthy and they got Eovaldi back and all that. And we're very familiar with him. I think Bruce Bochy is the best, and it might not come down to it because the Astros might just rake and it might not matter, and there might be that mental edge.
Right.
But if it comes down to like a one-run game in the 7th or a tie game in the 7th, and Dusty even said this. He said Bruce Bochy's a fellow OG. We're going to have an OG bracket tomorrow, living OG bracket tomorrow here on In the Loop. I think Bruce Bochy is the best in-game manager of my lifetime.
I don't disagree with that second part. The first part, I'm not saying the Astros are going to have an advantage in the crowd. What I am saying is there's going to be a bleep ton of Astros fans there. Ryan Presley said right after the game, he goes, I expect to see 50-50.
Okay.
But I'm saying and even if he's wrong, I expect a lot of Astros fans there. And then there's the second part of the
By the way, he scares the hell out of me.
But, man, he gets it done.
No, he did.
He gets it
but
done.
he still scares the hell out of me.
He gets
it's
it
a roller coaster ride.
He's behind
I thought he
every
was hurt
count.
yesterday. I thought he was hurt yesterday.
I thought he twisted his wrist badly.
I thought he was out.
But even if it is 80%, 90% Rangers fan, Astros have played there so many times. It's not even fun. I know the Rangers have done that here.
No, and it's a weird spot.
Am I weird for almost preferring them on the road at this point? I'm not like they can't win on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, at home.
Yeah.
But I like them so much. Like I think that they can be fine at home. It's weird that they haven't played well at home, but I think they're fine. But they're so damn good on the road. Like I'm like, hey, let's go there. I'm good with going there anytime.
I kind of felt sorry for those Twins fans, man. Yeah. The announcers did too. They keep waiting. Yeah. They keep waiting for.
They were cheering for everything. Yeah, those poor folks.
For though, man. I don't know why.
Poor folks. Your boy Buxton.
Yeah, the stat I like is 9-4. Astros against the Rangers, 9-4 over the season. I think that's going to be in their favor. Like I like the Astros a lot. I don't know if I'm picking for a sweep, but that's the stat I like.
Are you picking them in 6?
Astros in 5. Let's go, and we ride.
See there?
5?
See there?
Astros in 5. Astros in 5, and we ride to the World
I'm going
Series.
7.
7.
I'm going 7. I think it's going to be a good series.
That would be fun.
Astros?
Be a good series.
I might prefer
I'll take the Stros.
The drama in that.
I would like to see. It would be nice for Fromber to have a good outing. Like
that was the one when I'm looking at the starting and I'm like, well, the only one I'm worried about is Fromber.
Yeah, the one thing that really kind of concerns me is the Rangers have faced Verlander a lot, and for some reason Eovaldi's just one of these guys that just has big coconuts in this time of the year. But like I love what Javier did, but you're not walking 5 guys and getting out alive against this Rangers lineup. That's not going to happen. It's just not. And I also like what Urquidy did. Damn, is that real?
I just think it's postseason Urquidy.
Yeah,
postseason Javier.
I think the one thing you learned, the main thing you learned from this series is
anyone can flip the switch.
Well, no, I think the pitching is strong enough to survive a bad Framber Valdez start, and I don't think we would have said that going in, but now we know that it's true.
So anyone can get it is basically what you're saying.
That's exactly right.
Anyone can get it.
I do agree with the Bochy versus Dusty thing, but that might be the only one. And again, I realize, oh, you're nuts to pick a sweep. I just looked at this. I'm like, I can't. I think they're going to win them all.
It's like the old Adrian Bronner where he was like, anyone can get it, Mexicans, Americans.
Yes.
That's like the Astros flipping the switch.
Yes.
Anyone can get it.
Yes.
Americans, Justin Verlander, Dominicans, Christian Javier, Mexicans, Jose Urquidy. Anyone can get it.
You had all those names.
Anyone can flip the switch.
I'm very impressed with that.
Coming up, I want to throw this at B. Scott. Couple things. First of all, Lopez, is he taking this too far? And second of all, am I taking it too far with what I think this means for C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans? That's next.
A lot of people are obese. If you are and you don't want to be, go to sodaweightloss.com. I've lost 50 pounds.
I'll be hosting the show every day. So yeah, we can find some sort of gray area.
See, but
their butts in seats. Bottom line, but win, baby.
But man, we've talked more than anybody about the trust issues. I wonder if that's more about what it is or what it's more about. The trust issues and stuff that doesn't really have to do with the folks that are there now, the head coach that's there now, the quarterback, the offensive coordinator,
look,
that everybody who is.
that.
But those of us who are all in. But what about those who checked out that just still haven't come back?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's my point.
But you still haven't gotten them yet. Like I don't know if you win this game, you for sure get those people necessarily, but you're kind of just building them.
See,
we talked about equity. You're kind of just building some equity a little bit.
See,
they still got to do that.
As fans, as people in this business, we invest in our teams. Sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively. We invest in them. This city is going to invest in the Astros, for the next 3 weeks, however long it is, and that's a setback for the Texans. That's not saying they're going to stink. That's not saying we're not supremely confident in them. That's not saying that stadium's going to be full. But that stadium, I told the story earlier, really good friend of mine, and I knew he was a huge Texans fan. I didn't even know he was a big Astros fan. He might not be a big Astros fan. He's selling his tickets so he can go to an Astros game.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the best illustration I had all day.
I have a tough time calling it a must-win, in part because I don't think they're going to win the game.
I'm not calling it a must-win. I said must-win against Indy, and they ended up coming through. But I do what are we judging them? Like, do you think they have a chance to compete for a playoff spot?
Yeah, no.
Even if they lose?
Well, no. If they lose, that's going to obviously make it harder.
Then in that case, it's a must-win.
So I'll say this: I don't think it's a must-win, but because I don't think it's playoffs are end-all be-all either. So I'm actually kind of okay if they don't make the playoffs because I didn't expect them to make it to begin with. Like, I can't pretend like, hey, they got to make the playoffs, and I never thought that they would to begin with. They're already better than I thought they would be. But for me, I'll say this.
Hater.
I think it's a big deal, less so than it being a must-win. I think if they do win, that would be huge.
Must win if or what?
I'm not gonna technicality it like in that way. I'm just saying to make the point of
you just put me in a bad mood, Figgy.
If they do win, if they don't win, it's not the worst thing in the world. But if they do win, to me, that's huge because it would be their biggest win of the season. I think that this, to me, out of the wins that they would have, this would be the best team that they beat. I don't want to hear about Pittsburgh.
What about Jacksonville?
I don't believe in them either. I think that New Orleans is actually better than both of them. So for me, that would be their best. It would be their best win of the season, number one. And then also, it's the Saints. You want to talk about energy and momentum and all of that? Like, to me, if you beat the Saints, our cousins to the east, there's a lot of Saints fans here, and we interact with a lot to from there.
I kind of undersell that a little bit. I kind of feel guilty. Like, I haven't played up the.
A lot of them here too.
Well, I've been to a Saints game, and it's like the best thing ever.
That's so awesome.
It's like the best thing ever. But I kind of undersell that a little bit.
That's big.
Here's the point. Whatever you said is right. But I'm talking about like what's going to happen to this team in the near term is going to be a setback almost no matter what because the Astros are just going to dominate. And I'm invested. I know that this team's getting on the right track. Huge win against the Saints would go a long way. I don't know how much it's going to matter.
Yeah.
In the short term.
But it wouldn't feel like – y'all remember last year when the Texans were hosting the Eagles on Thursday Night Football and it was Game 5 of the World Series?
That's what I was that kind of vibe is what's going to happen. Dude,
I don't think it's going to be that bad. No, I don't think it's going to be that bad.
Astros, they basically had to turn into a damn Astros watch party.
Right,
yeah, they did.
Right. It's not going to be that. I don't think.
I don't know.
B. Scott, I don't think we can undersell 2 weeks out of mind. Like there's not even like a brief. It's a 2-week vacation. Like the bye week. Like from a health standpoint, you can say it's at a perfect time, but the bye week factors into this. It's not just about like if they played the next week, then I would not be saying this. You're not even a factor for 2 weeks. You're literally not going to be a factor. You're going to be on vacation. So they're basically leaving town.
Yeah.
When they don't even have the buzz. That's the point, is that there's a bye week too.
I will concede you're right, but it's fine. I think it's fine.
No, it's going to be fine for us. It's going to be fine for us, but it's not fine for them.
No, even for them, because I think.
Don't tell them that.
No, I think what it will do. Maybe this is me like Houston bias in me. But I think it will allow the Astros to get their proper flowers. We'll get to celebrate them for 2 weeks.
They don't get those.
No, they win.
If
They win again, no, you keep
Look
winning.
At this effing guy.
You
Did
keep
he wear,
winning.
Hey, did you and Tyler wear your Astros uniforms together? Let me see those cleats.
You keep winning. YouTube and Twitch stream. You keep winning, and you keep getting your flowers. Look, if they win back-to-back World Series, something that nobody has done in 20 years.
Like the Astros don't get flowers.
They deserve more. They deserve bouquets. They deserve a garden.
Oh, they don't get that?
All of it. If they win, and then the Texans can pick it back up after the bye week. Right. They get to pick it up after the bye week.
Here's how I'll respond to that. Truth serum. I got a syringe of truth serum right here for you, for Landry, for me, and most significantly for the executives at NRG Park. If you gave them truth serum, forget what they're going to say.
They didn't want the Astros to win.
Forget what
they didn't want the Astros
they're going to wear their Astros caps at the press conference. Forget all that stuff. Truth serum time. Were they happy?
No.
Man, the calendar works out for them, man.
Were they happy?
Truth serum?
Truth serum. Executives.
They shouldn't be. Like it's
no,
like they shouldn't be. Like they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
The short answer is no. No.
There's your answer.
No.
That's your answer.
But it'll be good for all of us.
The best is when Vandy and Harris have to act like, oh.
I like CJ Stroud's going to wear an Astros cap.
But I will say, like this, and this is, again, let me make this clear if you're just tuning in and you're hearing this. The future's bright.
Yeah.
We're not far away. We're not far away from NRG rocking. It's like I wouldn't be surprised if a year from now we're talking about consecutive sellouts and stuff like that. I'm just talking about in the short term. 2-week vacation, Astros doing their thing. You lose another game.
No,
not great.
But even in the short term, we gonna be bored as hell after that parade.
Oh, okay? That's a good sell.
No, I'm just saying.
Well, you know we're bored as hell.
No, but think about the last time the Astros.
No. You know what? Hey, if any one of them are listening there, because I know they listen. Shout out to all my Texans employees and the ticket office.
Y'all better take what y'all can get.
Come to NRG and watch CJ Stroud and the Texans play. Because you're bored as hell.
Hey, beggars can't be choosers out here. The last time we had a parade and we had to switch to football, it was not exciting. It was not fun.
Yeah.
This time it will be. That's what I'm saying.
Coming up, CJ Stroud said something really crazy. Apparently, he's not comfortable. He's not comfortable yet. We'll get into that. We'll also relive what happened with the Astros, plus shots fired at Taylor Swift. Next.
Sports Radio 610. Not just the best sports talk.
They know accidents don't just happen Monday through
practice news. We got a crazy quote from C.J. Stroud, as well as the obvious, the Astros doing Astros things. The hits are lit with B. Scott here on In the Loop.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you want a practice report?
I would love a practice report.
You want a practice report from the top guy on the beat?
Oh, really?
Yeah, top guy on the beat. Do you want a practice
I'm
report?
trying to see
Can
who
I
you're
interest
talking
you in
about.
a practice report?
Who's the top guy on the beat?
Let me hear it.
I'll let.
I want to hear. I want to hear
I'll
on,
let you
on
know.
all fronts.
All right, here you go. All right, practice report. Hey, beat writer, give us an update. Hey, bro.
Oh, wow.
Laramie Tunsil dressed to practice for the Texans today. Robert Woods back at practice, bro. Tank Dell not practicing, bro. Shaq Griffin back at practice, bro. There you go. So Shaq's back. Laramie's back. No Tank Dell. Robert Woods back. Texans getting healthy.
Who was that? Who was that he did?
That was one Aaron Wilson, if I had to guess. Take a stab in the dark. And you know what? He's been on a roll. We've given him a hard time.
He's killing it.
But he's been on a roll.
He's killing it.
Y'all have given him a hard time. Aaron Wilson's the man.
Oh, y'all. Come on. Look at this guy distancing himself.
Bro. He just had that moment.
Oh, Lord.
Nah, I'm giving him his flowers. He's been on it.
Yeah.
Hey, look at this guy.
I will say this. Look,
I'm with you, B. Scott.
Yeah,
I'm with you, man.
I don't know what y'all are talking about, but
yeah, I'm with you.
Hey, listen,
bro.
I'll tell you this. Many SportsRadio610.com articles have been birthed and aggregated from an Aaron Wilson report.
This is a fact.
That's all I'm saying. And as somebody who is responsible for that, I can only do but so much hating.
Give him his credit.
Feel me?
Give him his credit.
Just gotta be real.
I want to get no more phone calls, man.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Aaron got my number too.
Hey,
we good.
He's got my number too.
Hey, when the hell is C.J. Stroud actually going to be comfortable here?
Yeah,
he's comfortable now, isn't he?
Well, not according to him. This is C.J. Stroud talking about the offense and the process of getting to know the offense, etc. Here is C.J. Stroud.
I think I'm starting to get a little comfortable with this offense and playing fast.
Starting to get comfortable.
But this is good news.
You just got here, man.
This is good news.
I think I'm starting to get a little comfortable with this offense and playing fast and giving input to Bobby and our coaches on the offensive side of the ball. I think now they're starting to trust me with the ball. And I think when you're doing that, that's the recipe for success, and that's how big-time plays and big things happen in a season, is when coaches and players finally mesh and trust each other, because it doesn't just happen right away, and that's just life. So just as quick as you get comfortable, you can get uncomfortable in this league. So I'm keeping the pressure on myself, getting to feeling like myself again, playing this game at a high level really fast, and helping my guys around me. I think that's my biggest job, is to make everybody around me better. So a little bit of both.
Oh, wow.
Man.
He'll get there. Maybe he'll get there.
Hey, is he saying he's been doing all of this while uncomfortable?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yo,
this is only good news to me.
Yeah, and we'll hear from C.J. Stroud at noon.
I ain't even me yet.
Yeah, y'all ain't seen nothing yet.
Best podium display of the year from C.J. Stroud. That's saying a lot.
That is.
Wait till I kick my feet up.
It's a high bar.
Get comfortable.
Yeah.
It's a high bar.
Dude's like, I've been all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hadn't been awesome.
I ain't seen nothing yet.
There. Get my feet under me. I'm wrapping it up.
It's like somebody that's dressed to the nines. And you're like,
this ain't nothing.
Wait a minute. You compliment her on their outfit. Oh, I just threw something on.
Like Dusty Baker saying, this is just something I tossed on.
Yeah, I just threw this on.
I just put this on.
It's like every time Lopez makes barbecue, just something I put together.
Yeah. Well, that's because I am that good.
Slapped it on the pit.
By the way, did Sean eat the meatloaf?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Maybe he threw it away. It's all right.
He 100% did.
It's not for everybody.
Is he at least off the depth chart? Like at the very least?
Oh, no. It's. I feel I've gotten B. Scott a bunch. I've gotten you and Figgy a bunch. I need to get the afternoon guys some.
Nah, Show's got too many kids.
Yeah. Come on, man. Wait a minute, man.
B. Scott's got too many kids, too.
I got just as many kids.
Hey, yeah. Y'all got too many kids. Just give me two.
All the more reason.
Just give me
all the more reason to smoke us a meatloaf.
No. But when you give him a meatloaf, not everyone's getting to eat.
I'll get a bigger
My
chunk.
house, baby can't eat yet, so I'm getting to eat. So
I feel like
B. Scott out of the rotation.
I feel like they hold that out for themselves, though.
Whoa. Hey, this has to be a slime ball nomination.
What's that?
Landry's like, don't feed the children, feed my grown ass, since my kid can't eat real food
yet.
Whoa. Hey, guys, how is this not a slime ball nomination?
Oh no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
Screw the kids. Landry, and I'm with the, even as a parent, I've been known to say, hey, F them kids, but not when it comes to feeding them.
Hey, shoot, Landry got a couple more years then.
Hey.
Bro.
His kid going to be a little older.
Hey. And she will need you to smoke her a meatloaf or a brisket at some point.
Apparently, Landry doesn't want me to.
Nah, I do.
Take Landry off the depth chart in a couple years.
He'd be like, nah, make it for whoever, make it for T Mill and the dogs or whatever. Come on, man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Broncos versus Chiefs. Week 6 begins tonight. Travis Kelce. By the way, Taylor Swift expected to be there.
Yeah.
How about that? So let me get this straight. She's there when they have the prime game on CBS. She's there for Sunday Night Football. She's going to be there for Thursday Night Football, but she skipped just the game in the middle of the day against Minnesota.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I ain't saying she's a clout chaser.
By the way, she got a movie coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Appreciate the warning.
Eras Tour movie.
Would you blame her for not wanting to watch Kirk Cousins? Like I would see Minnesota on the schedule and
Is she even a
skip
football
that.
fan? Does she even know who Kirk Cousins is?
I'm just saying.
You know,
she really want to watch Zach Wilson?
If she gonna miss a game, yeah, that's fair. But it's New York.
Here was Donna Kelce on the Today Show. Donna Kelce, speaking of clout chasing, Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce's mom. She was on the Today Show. Listen to how she described her interaction with Taylor Swift. I thought this was hilarious.
We only could see you at home on our TVs. Was that the first time you'd met Taylor?
Yeah, it's fairly new, so I don't like to talk about it. It's just one of those things where obviously everybody saw me. I was in the boxes with her, and it's just another thing that's amped up my life.
Yeah, what was she like? What was it? So you got to know her a little bit. Got to see the couple games. How was it?
It was okay.
Here's my problem.
Oh,
and we've
you don't want to oversell it.
She's got a nice personality.
We've run into this a couple of times. Why the hell are you on the show if you don't want to talk about Taylor Swift?
No, I totally agree.
The only reason you're on the Today Show is because Taylor Swift was in the suite with you. Now, you think they really just said we got to book Travis Kelce's mom to be on the Today Show?
Right.
So we've had guests thrown at us, and sometimes it's like, well, they don't want to talk about this. Okay, well, bye.
Yeah. I have done that.
Yeah, didn't you and Matt Schaub?
I've told you the story. I told you this story.
What happened with Matt Schaub?
So Matt Schaub, in the midst of all his pick sixes, his wife came in. And I was a little nervous about it, but I did it. His wife came in and said, I'll talk about anything except Matt Schaub, except the interceptions. And I told her guy, the PR person, I can't have her on.
Right.
I can't have her on if she's not going to mention it.
Yeah.
And she looked at me like I was the biggest a-hole in the world. But I said, I would look foolish.
Yeah.
Especially
when it's topical.
Foolish. I would look like I'm not doing my job. And he convinced her to answer one question. And she answered it fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was a little nervous about that one, but it was also kind of a high point of my career. I said, no, I can't have her on.
Yeah, this is not Good Morning Football. This is what, the Today Show? Or what show is
the Today Show.
Yeah, this is the Today Show.
Why do you think you're on, Donna Kelce?
It's a different lane.
Think they're dying to talk to you?
Yeah.
Well, you don't like talking about it. Come on. Could I interest you in a stat?
Of course.
Most postseason wins in Astros history. Phil Garner, 13. A.J. Hinch, 28. Dusty Baker, 31. All-time winningest manager in Astros postseason history. Stros advanced to the ALCS yesterday with a 3-2 dub. Jose Abreu with the bomb. Michael Brantley with the bomb. Jose Urquidy goes into the 6th inning. First time in his entire career that he had done that in the postseason. So the Astros advance to the ALCS.
Good times, baby.
Look at Jeff Passan put this out. This is wild. So you have baseball win totals from top to bottom. 104, Atlanta, they're down 2-1 in the NLDS. Baltimore, 101, they got swept. Dodgers, 100, swept in the NLDS. Second team in MLB history to win 100 and never lead in the postseason, by the way. 99 wins, Tampa Bay, swept in wild card. 92, Milwaukee, swept in wild card. 90, Houston, Texas, NALCS. Philadelphia, 1 win from NLCS. And 84, Arizona, NLCS. Is this good or bad for baseball?
No, that's just baseball.
It's good.
That's just baseball.
No, I think it's good how it's played out because I don't care. I saw Maury Brown, one of the baseball old heads.
Baseball's just weird.
Nobody's going to want to watch the Rangers and Astros. I'm like, what? People love this stuff.
Yeah.
People love.
What did they want?
I know what they want. Baltimore.
Yeah, they want Baltimore.
Oh, they couldn't wait for that Twins Rays or that Twins Baltimore.
It's not like
series.
they beat the Red Sox and Yankees. They wanted the Baltimore. I mean,
they want Baltimore and Minnesota. I'm like, this is going to juice their. Like, I don't care about what anybody says. Any big in-state rivalry in any sport, in a championship series is going to be ratings.
Yeah.
By the way, side note, we were all invested and it was a dramatic game last night. The most innocuous casual baseball fan in the country was probably. I mean, that's why you watch postseason. Like, if you were just a total neutral party, you were probably just so plugged in. That was a hell of a game.
I actually thought the analysts did a good job of soaking it in. Like Wainwright and Brzezinski seemed like they were enjoying themselves.
It was dramatic. It was down to the wire. It was the express. I mean, that's why you watch.
Correa didn't get to the plate.
Yeah.
Well, look, those stats, all of those stats you just rattled off, and just kind of how it all played out. We all acknowledge baseball right now has become a regional sport. It's a regional game. But if you are yourself into the baseball, it's actually been a pretty good postseason.
It's good baseball.
And it's been highlighted right now with the Astros.
Been a lot of sweeps, but it's been good. College ball tonight. Cougs hosting West Virginia, the Dana Bowl.
The Dana Bowl.
It's going to be it could be a rough 10 days for Dana because.
Well, they got 10 days to prepare for Texas now.
Well, they sold that one out, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. It's a lot of Cougs
The Cougs
fans.
put the logo up. It said sold out.
Yeah.
And everyone was like,
hook 'em.
Yeah.
Hook 'em.
About that. About that. That's gonna have a little. Is that gonna have a little Astros at the Rangers' new ballpark kind of feel to it? A little bit more, a different
I think
orange.
A little more. I think,
different orange, but a little bit more orange than you expected, than you want
more.
there.
Top Rank Boxing is coming to town for the weekend, October 14th. The great Houston native Giovanni Marquez putting his unbeaten record on the line in a 6 rounds. Okay. All right. 6 round fight for the middleweight world title. This is going to be a good one. Be caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Caller number 7, you're going to win tickets for an action-packed night from Sports Radio 610 and Bud Light. When the bell rings, enjoy an easy-to-drink Bud Light. Do love me some boxing. 6 rounds, though, you better knock him out in 3.
No, go the 6.
Get your money's worth. 6. Go out there and knock him out. That's what I want to see. Coming up, Jay Stroud. Better than you've ever heard him, which is saying a lot. Plus, the Astros, they got the job done. And John Lopez is talking history.
You're dang right I am.
most relevant matchup between Dallas and Houston ever in the history of sports. The Rockets and Mavs have met in the playoffs 3 times. Mavs have won twice, 87 and 88. They took care of business in 4, 04, 05. Mavericks overcame an 0-2 deficit, I believe, and they won in 7. And then 2014-15, Rockets in 5. So we have that. Oilers, Cowboys, never really any like major matchups. There's
way back when on Thanksgiving, there was a big one that
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Not really, but yeah. So there's that, and the Astros have been good when the Rangers have been bad, and the Rangers were bad when the Astros good, vice versa, all that crap. So we're getting the most substance that we've had for the rivalry between Dallas and Houston. In the spirit of that, I think John Lopez wants to have a simulcast with another radio station. Dallas versus Houston.
Get those words out of your mouth. Hell no.
By the way, I suggested that Sean and Seth do it, and Sean texted me during the show because he is a loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. And he was like, no, I have.
No.
You basically just talk crap about the other city. It's so fake.
It's so fake. Like
y'all go shoot JFK?
I wouldn't put it past.
That's what
I wouldn't put it past them.
No, it's always that.
Yeah. I personally am not a huge fan of the Dallas way, the Dallas arrogance. It's earned. Well, it's been earned. It's not earned in recent years, but it's been earned. But I don't like that. And I'm not a big fan of ever wanting to live in Dallas.
Yeah.
But I don't dislike Dallas. The only reason I would never want to live in Dallas is it's too far a drive to a bay.
Yeah.
I want to be by salt water.
It's never been it's never been something that I've really partook in. Even like in my entire history, it's just kind of there's no substance. Like I can't point to like Oilers and Steelers like back in the day, you could get down with that.
Mm-hmm.
There's relevance. There was big
history.
Games. There's just been no big matchup. This could be the start of it. This could be the start of it being relevant.
Yeah.
But right now it's trash can jokes, and I'm like,
yeah,
that's where we're at. Okay, trash can jokes. Awesome.
You guys suck. I thought you guys suck too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's our conversation.
Now I am enjoying the fact that they're playing in the ALCS, and I feel like we've needed this for a long time. By the way, CJ Stroud, better than you've ever heard him, coming up in about 6 minutes. But John Lopez is ruining it because I think he's taking it a little bit too far.
I'm not.
This historic accomplishment by the Astros gone bad, courtesy of John Lopez.
No, I'm not, and I'm very. It's very warming to know how much support I got this when I mentioned it earlier. This is to me is my favorite part of being a sports fan. This is the fun part. You've got a team, you got a squad. They're awesome. They're on a run. The run is still going on, and your mind starts to kind of wander. What if this? What if that? Well, this is not a huge what if. I mean, there are some stumbling blocks. But what if the Astros win a World Series? No one would put it past them at this point, right? I mean, I think there's some huge roadblocks, but
no, I mean, I think a lot of people would bet on the Astros at this point.
Yeah. So, but what if they did? I started digging in. Started last night and I finished it this morning. Probably far too much time than I needed to spend on this, but it was kind of revealing. Like, you always see these lists occasionally about, oh, that's the greatest sports dynasty in history. That's the greatest sports dynasty in history. Is this a dynasty? Is it not a dynasty? I don't care what you say. They are in the conversation if they win another World Series.
Conversation of what?
Maybe the greatest sports dynasty, certainly in baseball, but maybe the greatest sports dynasty, and it's still going on in history. Now, I'm not going to say it's the best. No, I'm not going to say it's the best. I'm going to say they're in the conversation with 3 teams in particular.
Okay.
The 2012 to 2018 Patriots.
Patriots by far.
Okay, well, let's
by far.
Let's dig
and
into
I
that.
hate that.
Let's dig into that. That team had 7 consecutive conference championship appearances. So have the Astros. 4 Super Bowl appearances.
Let's go a little bit more. They had another.